Cup Series Grant Park 165 at the Chicago Street Course live commentary. As today, NASCAR for the third consecutive year will be running on the 4th of July weekend in the streets of downtown Chicago, Illinois. And today we have for you the full live commentary stream for when the race begins, and obviously a full pre-race show before the race begins. Scheduled green flag time is around 2 p.m. Eastern. That may be bumped up about 10 to 15 minutes because there's a chance of thunderstorm showers in the mid to late evening hours of today's race. We will get the race started on time. In the process of doing so, that is why I moved the start time of the stream up about a half hour from originally scheduled, so that way in case they do start the race a little bit soon, we have everything covered before the start of the race begins. So appreciate everybody tuning in right now. I'll wait out a couple of minutes before we get into the NASCAR trivia and kickstart the pre-race show right here on KRC. A part of this NASCAR trivia, obviously, we'll be doing a quiz, Sporkle, NASCAR, and you guys can play along in the chat. Then we'll go over the drivers who I think will run well, not run well for the race today. The in-season tournament, highlight who I think will advance into the next round as the round of 8 will begin today, or the round of 16, excuse me, will begin today, the second round, and then we'll go into the quarterfinals next week at Sonoma. So I'll have my predictions for who I think can beat who. We'll highlight the fantasy league, and then we'll get into the starting lineup for the race and a quick kind of season-in review, I guess, of how we've led to this point for the point standings. So again, that is why we are starting the stream a little early, because we have a lot to cover in today's race, and they may kickstart things a little bit earlier than scheduled. Marcus Villarreal, Earl Arnold Jr., Bam Hall, Usurp 2, Frank Powers, and others. Welcome into the stream, everybody. Some of you are already kind of camped out early, so it worked out better that we start things a little bit earlier than scheduled. I did put a community tab upload in there. The main thing for me, I was checking the weather at Chicago, which is why I made the late decision to start the stream early, so that way we can cover everything. So just trying to be extra prepared. And if we do have any other delays, obviously, we've got some more NASCAR Sporkle trivia we can cover. The next NASCAR 08 race that I have on the schedule will be Michigan for the Busch Series. That shouldn't really take very long, so that could cover rain delays. So if we do have any delays, we'll stay live, obviously, through that. We will still have NASCAR content on the channel along the way as I keep you updated for what is going on at the racetrack itself. No covers on the race cars, anything of that nature right now. Again, those thunder showers that are potentially in the Chicago area won't be there until after 3 o'clock today. And the race is scheduled for about a 2 p.m. start. They only got to get to halfway to make it official. And with no lights on the course, rains for a few hours, we'll see. The big thing, they can race in minimal rain like we saw with Mexico City and several road courses over the last couple of years. The problem is if there's thunderstorms, they have to delay for lightning. No cars on the racetrack, they're not going to kind of self-dry the track under a light rain. So they may end up completely losing the track. Then the jet dryers will have to get out there and at least try to dry off some of the track, especially the street cars. There's going to be a lot of standing water because of how close together the walls are from one another. There's not a lot of elevation change on this track. It's very flat, so very easy to flood like we saw a couple of years ago. There's a lot of flooding on the Saturday before the Xfinity and Cup races on the Sunday of the inaugural race date. I just clicked on a random ad on the side of the screen. I was trying to scroll down. I don't know what quiz to do for this week for the NASCAR side of things. I'll see what NASCAR Chicago has. Obviously, they've only been racing on the street course for a few years. I usually try to keep it with tracks. I like how the caps on the Chicago part of Chicago. Chicagoland Speedway top 10 finishers. Is this every race? We might do this. To 2018. So it's all but 2019. Which would have been the last race at Chicago. So pretty every race I haven't been to for Chicagoland. Yeah, we'll do this. 18 minutes. We got a little bit of extra time to kill with the extra long pre-race show this weekend. And I got to get the chat on my phone real quick so that way I can see you there. So I'll get the chat going. Rod Brown, Tuttlebug5, thanks for tuning in. No, it's not raining currently. The thunderstorms are not popping up. According to the Weather Channel app, which is where I check the That's where I get my weather from, essentially. It's not showing any thunderstorms or chances of thunderstorms in the Chicago area until after 3 o'clock. So about 3 p.m. Eastern onward, that's where it gets a little bit spotty. Things do open back up again after the 5 to 6 o'clock hour, but it's that 3 to 5, 5:30 time frame where it looks like it's going to be very spotty. Wow, Dale Jr.'s bracket actually, it's not looking all that bad compared to most of them. He's got his final two, 3 of his final 4. All right, enough of that. Let's get to the quiz. That's what we're here for at this point. I got sidetracked by the pre-race show going on in the background. All right, I did start the timer. Anybody who's ever won at Chicagoland, let's go Mark Martin. He's a former winner there. Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Busch. Sterling Marlin, right? No, he didn't win there. Okay, that was Kansas. That's right. He won at Kansas. Jeff Gordon. Kevin Harvick. Let's see here. Joe Nemechek was pretty good on the 1.5 miles in that 01 car. 2004, he finished 8th. Okay. Jimmy Johnson did not win here, but he's had a lot of great runs. Tony Stewart is a former winner at Chicagoland. I don't think Dale Jr. ever won a race. Okay, 2005 he won there. I didn't remember that. All right. 2010, David Rudiman won that race. So anybody who's ever finished in the top 10 at Chicagoland, again, this is from 2001, their first race, to 2018, which is their second to last race. So not counting 2019. I'll still put Alex Bowman on here, even though he won 2019. Top 10 in 16 and 18. So there we go. William Byron for 18? No. Chase Elliott is probably on here. We might have had Bill Elliott in the early 2000s. Let me check to see if he popped up. Yeah, Bill Elliott, 2001, finished 10th. Jeremy Mayfield. Boom. He's got a few of them. Clint Boyer. I know he's on here. Quite a bit, too. Ryan Newman. He's on here a bunch. Rusty Wallace. Oh, wow. Rusty's not on here. That's surprising. Wow. From 2001 to 2005, Rusty didn't have a top 10 at Chicago. Chicagoland, specifically. Joey Logano. Brad Keselowski. Whoops. See if Ryan Blaney had a top 10. Okay, 2016. I wouldn't have guessed 16. I was going to guess either 17 or 18. Eric Jones. Okay, 2018. Daniel Suarez. Nope. Brian Vickers probably did. There we go. Casey Mears. 1.5 mile tracks when he was with Hendrick. He was having some pretty decent finishes. Casey Kane. Scott Riggs on the list. No, he's not. Okay. Montoya. There you go. 2009, he finished 10th. Ambrose. No. John Andretti. No. Jimmy Spencer. I don't know. I'm kind of jumping all over the place now. Jimmy Spencer's on the list. There we go. Johnny Benson on the list. He was good in the intermediate tracks when he drove the 10 car. Not good enough, apparently. Craven. No. Skinner. Mike Skinner. No. No, because I was thinking 2001. Greg Biffle. I haven't named the Biff. I haven't named Carl Edwards, Matt Kenseth yet. David Reagan. He's missing all those Roush guys. Trevor Bayne on the list? Nope. Stenhouse probably is. Okay. Stenhouse. Larson. Definitely on the list. 2018, he finished 2nd. All right. Christopher Bell wasn't racing yet. Almirola? Yep. At least one. Got 153. A lot from 2010 yet. Sam Hornish on here at all? That was a stretch. Okay. Oh, Reed Sorensen. That's probably a stretch too. No, it's not. 2006, Reed Sorensen finished 7th. Jamie McMurray. Oh, yes. Of course. Well, I went Sorensen. Did Stremme surprise? Probably not. Okay. What about J.J. Yaley? J.J. Yaley, 2006 as well. Finished 10th. All right. Denny Hamlin. How did I not put him yet? You got 14 to go. 13 minutes. We can get a perfect score on this. We have not done this quiz yet because this is the first time we've raced in Chicago. Since doing these live commentary, we've got all of 2018, all of 17, 16, 15's good, 14's good, 2013, 12, 11, 2010. We're missing a couple of them. And then we're good for 09, 08. We need one of them in 2007. Who was runner-up in 2006? Is Allmendinger on here for 2010? No. Dang, I felt good about that. This was before the Dillons, so that wouldn't work either. Paul Menard. There we go. There's 2010. Finished 10th. I do have Tony Stewart already. I think I have everybody who's won. Yeah, I got everybody who's ever won at Chicagoland. Kenny Schrader? I was thinking maybe for some of those early 2000 races. That's not the case. Todd Bodine? No. We were missing quite a few in the early 2000s yet. Like 2001, second, third, fourth. Ay, ay, ay. Harvick won. Let's just throw some random names out there. Let's go like Mike Bliss, Jack Sprague. Sticking the 0. Burton. Burton's on here. There we go. Jeff Burton. I don't think Ward Burton was on the list at all. So that was 7 of them right there with Jeff Burton I was missing. We got 9 names to go. I got second, third, and fourth. Don't Google it, everybody. Do not Google. 2001. Casey Atwood probably not. I don't think he started getting top 10s until real late in the year. I got Mayfield. Rusty Wallace wasn't on here, which I'm surprised. Michael Waltrip? Not for 2001, though. Waltrip was on here twice in 03, 04. He had top 10s. Go back to the 2007. We're going to put Michael McDowell. Yeah, it's a little bit too early for him. Actually, I already got 2007 when I put Jeff Burton. So we only have 2001 through 2005 left. Put Travis Kvapil for around 2005. Brendan Gaughan. He drove for Penske for a bit. No. Johnny Sauter drove for Childress. Jeff Green drove for... Just thinking of guys who are... Dale Jarrett. Ah, yes. Can't believe... Ricky Rudd. Okay, there we go. Now we're cooking. We got 3 to go. 3 to go. Elliott Sadler. Oh, we got 2 left. 2 left. We got 6th in 2004. Runner-up in 01. I don't know of that. Honestly, off the top of my head, I wouldn't have guessed that Harvick won the race either. I knew he had 2 wins that year. All I remember is Atlanta. Steve Park? Oh, that was good. I thought we had runner-up. 2001. Again, do not cheat, please, chat. I don't want to win that way. Bobby Hamilton. Oh, 9 minutes. I mean, we can figure this out. NASCAR circa 2001 and 2004. 2004, like I'm trying to think of the old like NASCAR Chase for the Cup 2005. Who was on that roster? It was my favorite NASCAR game of all time. I played it more than anything else. Who have I not named that was like on that game? Kyle Petty? Oh, dang it. I already tried Mike Bliss. Labonte. Oh, that was only one of them. Terry Labonte was 2004. That would have been the 44 car, I think. No, he was in the 5. That's right. That was his last year in the 5. Okay, 2001, runner up. The sad part is there's no way he's Morgan Shepherd. I'll put his name on here, but that would surprise me. Who was in the Wood Brothers 21? Oh, that was Ricky Rudd. Yeah, we already. Or was Rudd in the 28 that year? No, he was in the 28 still. Who was in the 21? Sadler drove the 21 in 2002. I don't know who would have been in there in 01. It's probably not it. It's probably not it. I was going to say maybe Kenny Walls, but no, we already tried Rusty, and so Kenny wouldn't show up. Yeah, Cool Wiki was deceased, unfortunately. Was Ernie Irvin still racing? I don't think so. Yeah. Like Harry Gant was retired long before that. Let's try like a Stacy Compton. Steve Grissom. Like, who are guys that, like, because it could be anybody, obviously, because they didn't win. Robert Presley. Oh, what a pull! Oh, coming in clutch. You said I was never going to get it. Because I can't believe I pulled that out of my ass. Robert Presley was runner-up at Chicagoland in 2001. He never won a cup race. So that's why I was like, maybe it's somebody who's never won before. And I was really thinking hard on that one. I'm proud of myself. That's great. I'm patting myself on the back for that. We got a perfect score. Not only we got a perfect score, they gave us 18 minutes, and we still had 6:54 left on the clock. How about that? As much as I want to do another one because we finished that one early, I don't think I'll be able to top that again. Let's see here. I mean, we could do Chicagoland winners for Cup, Xfinity, and Truck. Obviously, we know all the Cup ones because we just did it, but I mean, this is the only other one I could think of. This is 6 minutes, so this would fill up the remaining, 6:54 we had on the clock. Yeah, I mean, we could do this real quick. We got to be quick with this one, though. 54 in 6 minutes. That's not a lot of time. A lot of these quizzes are usually longer, so 6 minutes is not a lot. So it's probably good that we started off with what we did. So let's get all the Cup winners out of the way. We got Alex Bowman, Tony Stewart, if I could spell, Kevin Harvick. Oh, whoops. He didn't win there. Matt Kenseth, Mark Martin, Jeff Gordon. Johnson wasn't on the list. Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Keselowski, Logano, Larson maybe win an Xfinity race there. Yes, he did. 2019, was that Tyler Reddick maybe? Nope. Custer? There we go, Cole Custer. Okay. Let's see. 2017 Cup. 20 Newman, by the way. I forgot Ryan Newman. 03, 05. We were just looking at it. David Rudiman has won here before. Just got to throw names out there. You got to be quick on this. Let's see. 2016. Who have I not named yet? Who have I not named? Truex. Oh, gosh. There we go. 2005. I was just looking at that. We might have to skip that and come back. That's sad that I had that in the last quiz, and I'm having a brain fart. We don't have a lot of time to think. All right, let's just go Xfinity. Austin Dillon ever win here? In the trucks he did. Hornaday. Oh, trucks didn't start racing here till 09. Sheldon Creed win here at all? Nope. Brett Moffitt? Okay, Moffitt won twice. Let's try Enfinger. Let's try Crafton. No. I spell his name wrong. Crafton. Okay. Eckes. It could be a Cup guy, too. That I haven't named. Bowman. Elliott. Chase Elliott's on the list for Xfinity. I tried Larson. Let's try Byron. Okay. Blaney. Briscoe. I tried Reddick already. Oh, yeah, Dale Jr. Dale Jr. won the... Thank you, chat. I forgot he won that race earlier today, too. The first quiz, and I completely forgot. Elliott Sadler, yeah, there you go. He's a former winner here. Regan Smith ever win an Xfinity race there? Allgaier. Justin Allgaier's on the list. 2016. Stenhouse ever win here? Okay. 2012, he did. 2017 truck, 2015 truck. I don't remember the truck series very well from those years. I'm not gonna lie. Christopher Bell? Oh, that was a good guess for the trucks. All right, got Truex. Eric Jones? Ah, there we go. Eric Jones is on the list. There we go. John Hunter Nemechek. He went in trucks. Okay, yes, he did. 2015. We got 2 minutes, guys. We got 7 to go. Tried Jeff Green for the early 2000s. I'll try Robert Presley again because that worked on the last quiz. Okay. Man. I don't really know those early 2000s Busch days too much. Greg Biffle was a former champ. Harvick won around those times, but we already got Harvick. 2006. I'll just throw David Reagan in there. I don't know. I don't know the early 2000s Busch series very well. I'm not gonna lie. Newman. I wasn't really watching at that time. Atwood. I already got him. Chastain. No, that was good because I remember him winning some mile and a halfs and Nice equipment. Busher. James Busher, there we go. Got a truck. Truck guy. Let's try Miller for the... Who are some Busch Series drivers? John Andretti. I'm striking out. This is gonna be tough. Paul Menard. Boyer. He didn't win. Waltrip. Jeez, I've tried Suarez. Probably not. No, not for trucks. It's tough. Those early 2000 Busch Series years. And Brian Vickers, he was a former champ at that time. Gosh darn it, he didn't get it either. Jimmy Spencer. McMurray. He was a rookie. No, he wasn't on here either. Dang it. Johnny Sauter won the truck race in 2017. It was the only truck race winner we were missing. We got all the cup. Casey Mears won a Busch race in 2006. I don't know if I would have guessed that. And then Johnny Sauter did win a Busch race in 2002. So if I would have guessed Sauter. Jimmy Johnson, that's right. Yeah, he never... The weird thing with Johnson, he won at every oval he ever raced at the NASCAR Cup Series except Chicagoland. But the only career Xfinity Series win he has is at Chicagoland. And I forgot about that. Justin Labonte in 2004. I don't know if I would have gotten that. Bobby Hamilton Jr., not senior, in 2003. Yeah, that was tough. We did not have a lot of time there. Casey Mears won in 2000. You don't think of Casey Mears winning anything in NASCAR except for the 2007 Coke 600 on fuel mileage? Maybe he helped get that ride at Hendrick Motorsports because the year before he won a Busch race at Chicagoland. And there's probably a lot of Cup regulars in that race too, because at that time they were running every week. Because Harvick won the championship that year in 2006 for the Busch Series. So yeah, crazy stuff. You learn something new every day. We aced the first quiz 100%. We did get above average score, 89% out of 85 on this one, so pretty good. Thanks for everybody playing along. That's going to wrap up the trivia side of things on the NASCAR Cup Series pre-race show. So, our usual start time would be about right now, but we already wrapped up the trivia. We did an extra quiz with the early start time this week as well, and we still got plenty of time to get through what we need to cover in the pre-race show. First, we're going to highlight the Fantasy League. You can, I was going to say download. There's no downloading necessary. You can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. You got a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500, if you do win our regular season and or playoff championship. You do have 2 chances to win, obviously, there. If you're not in the league right now, definitely be sure to join, so that way when the playoffs start, when we crown our second champion of the year, you have a chance to win. Plus, if you join, say, before this week, you got 8 weeks left of the regular season for the NASCAR Cup Series, you can get the gist of how things work. How to get there, I'm on NASCAR.com right now. As you see on our screen, there will be a Fantasy tab. You'll click on that. And then there will be Fantasy Live right here on the left. Fantasy Live. And I have not put my team in for the week, so how I'm going to do the predictions, basically, for who I think is going to run well in the race, I'm just going to plug in my fantasy team as we go for this weekend. So, first, and by the way, the team that is currently there is who I had for Atlanta last week. I didn't even put name of the league, by the way, KRC League. So I'll put that in the chat. So when you go to join the league, it's KRC League. And when you do sign up, it's free. All you need is your email. If you do win our league championship, either the regular season or the playoffs, the only parameter outside of winning the championship to get the tickets, you just got to be a subscriber to the YouTube channel. So be sure to hit the subscribe button as well, so you can enter along. play the free game to win the tickets, and you're not even subscribed to the YouTube channel. That would suck if you ended up coming across that. Luckily, we haven't had that problem yet, but just saying. I mean, if I'm going to help you guys out, you got to help me out along the way. All right, so as far as, and it's free to hit the subscribe button, by the way, too. That doesn't cost anything. All right, long story short, this weekend, I'm going to keep Kyle Busch in my lineup. He's very good at Atlanta, so I had him in the lineup last week. He got caught up in the big one, unfortunately, so we didn't really know exactly how he was going to do, but he was one of the only Chevys to qualify up in the front portion of the field, like usual at Atlanta. And we know RCR is strong in the super speedways with the next-gen car. It's one of Kyle Busch's really bigger chances to try to have a good run, seems like, over the last year and a half. We fast forward to the road courses. Earlier this season, he almost won at Circuit of the Americas. He's led quite a few laps, really, with the next-gen car on road course races, despite not winning any of them, and that's even since the move to RCR. I'm going to keep Kyle Busch on my team this week. I think he can have a good run. He is starting in the 6th spot, so he qualified really well. It's a short race, one of the shortest of the season. And with it only being 75 laps, there's not going to be a lot of strategy in this race. You're probably going to see a lot of drivers staying out to get stage points, more so in this race than any other road course race because of the race length itself. It's pretty easy two-stopper. So you're going to see guys, either pit before the stage or after the stage. I think Kyle Busch stays out to get some stage points. I think he's going to score a lot of points today. That may sacrifice his finishing order a little bit, but if he stays in the front portion of the cars that do end up staying out, I think he's going to be in a good spot. If Shane Van Gisbergen dominates the race and starts lapping guys in the middle of the stages, that also might be more difficult for more cars to short pit and leapfrog the field. So that'll cause more drivers to maybe hit pit road during the stage break rather than beforehand. So yeah, give me Kyle Busch. He's going to stay out, probably go for a lot of points. He's on the outside of the playoff cut line, but he's right on the bubble. He's within a race worth of points. He has a couple solid point stays on these upcoming road courses, which have been good for him with this car. I think he can really cut in on that deficit. And again, keeping Kyle Busch on the team today. Now, the first sub, I'm taking Josh Berry out because he has not been good on road courses with the NASCAR Cup Series. I'm going to plug in Michael McDowell. Michael McDowell is one of only 2 drivers who have finished in the top 10 in both Chicago street course races. He finished 5th and 7th in both of those starts. He starts 2nd this weekend. Another driver right on the playoff bubble, so he may stay out to get the stage points. And, yeah, give me Michael McDowell. Shane Van Gisbergen, going to plug him in for Austin Cindric. SVG, I think, is the clear-cut favorite for the win. He's my pick for the win. I took him to win yesterday. I took him to win at Mexico City. And the reason why I took him to win at Mexico City, he qualified on the pole. It was a new track. And although this isn't a new track in Chicago, this is the 3rd year in a row that we've raced here. This could, in quotations, could be the first ever full dry race. What happened in Mexico City? We started the race in the rain. It was the equalizer. We had guys that were able to keep up with SVG in the rain. Ty Gibbs was putting a lot of pressure on him. I'm trying to think who else was up there towards the beginning of the race that was putting a lot of pressure. Michael McDowell honestly might have been one of those drivers as well. But anyway, he had some pressure. There was no pressure in the Xfinity Series race yesterday. The only reason Connor Zilisch was ahead because of strategy. I don't think they're going to fall behind on strategy 2 days in a row and have to come from behind. Be a little bit harder with this car. It's straightforward 2-stop race. He doesn't need stage points anymore because he's locked into the playoffs. Give me Shane Van Gisbergen. No-brainer there. Not only for the win, but obviously for the fantasy team as well. Joey Logano, I'm going to sub out. Scroll down the list, see who I can find. I'm definitely plugging in Chris Buescher. Chris Buescher has finished in the top 10 and all but 2 next-gen road course races. 17 road races with the next-gen car. He's only finished outside the top 10 twice. Now, one of those was the Chicago street race in 2023. A little short due to darkness. The strategy was kind of screwy in that race, really. And it was actually kind of screwy last year, too, but he still ended up getting a top 10, finished 10th. If we don't have any screwy, rain instances that shorten the race, I think Chris Buescher has a good run. And top 10 in all but 2 next-gen road course races. He's just Mr. Consistent. He's only won once, but fantasy team, you're looking for consistency. Again, another driver that's on the playoff cut line, doesn't have a win, qualified well. He's probably going to stay out and get some stage points. So much like Michael McDowell, Kyle Busch, it's kind of my philosophy there. So taking those guys. Taking out Brad Keselowski. We know he's not good on road courses. I'll plug in Ty Gibbs. He had a fast car in Mexico City. They had a caution late in the race when his team had stayed out of the pits just a little bit too long. So while he was in the lead, that put him back outside the top 10, and he was never able to recover for a top 10. But he was the only guy in the wet who was able to keep pace with Shane Van Gisbergen. He's had a lot of pace this weekend. He was top 10 in practice. He qualified top 10. I think Ty Gibbs is going to have another good performance on a road course. He's a great road course racer. He's won a lot of road courses on the Xfinity Series level, and he's done very good on the Cup side. He actually finished 3rd at Chicago last season as well, so he's already had a great run here in the past. And yeah, give me Ty Gibbs on my team. Last driver, which would be the garage driver, that's the plug-and-play. I'm definitely not starting Ryan Blaney. I think I'm going to go Christopher Bell. He hasn't had good finishes. Hang on. I lost him. I don't know where he went. It's a black desk, and I'm colorblind. I'll find him. I'll find him eventually. I lost my train of thought. Christopher Bell. Oh, man. I only have 4 starts left with Bell. But he's a great road course racer. He's won a road course already this year at COTA. He didn't have a great run a couple weeks ago, Mexico City, so that's a bit concerning. The Toyotas outside of Ty Gibbs that day were not very good. And seeing where the Toyotas are this week, they seem to be a little bit better. I think I'm going to take him. I don't trust Alex Bowman. Bowman's a guy that could go out and easily get a top 5 today, but there's a lack of consistency there when it comes to Alex Bowman. I'm going to go Christopher Bell. I feel more confident in that. And I don't have to play him if the other, 5 guys are doing better than him anyway. So, all right, head-to-head. Wallace, Bowman, and I'm sure some of these are the in-season tournament matchups for this week as well. Actually, I don't think any of them are, now that I'm looking at it. Alex Bowman versus Bubba Wallace today. I'm going to take Alex Bowman. Bubba starting deep in the field. He spun out twice qualifying. Now, the 23 car had some pace because he was quickest in practice. His teammate Reddick qualified top 5. But I don't trust, with him starting deep in the field, Bowman, the defending winner of the race, has a more likely opportunity that he actually has a good run than the 23. So taking him. Ty Gibbs and AJ Allmendinger is a tough matchup. I'm going to take Ty Gibbs. And the reason for that, he out-qualified AJ. AJ he seems off this year on the road courses compared to years past. He's not up there contending for top 5s, top 10s, and wins like he has been. Mexico City, he was nowhere to be found that whole weekend. He was about 15th to 20th the whole weekend on speed. Then in the race, Ty Gibbs had a lot more pace than him. Gibbs was top 3 here last year. AJ does have one top 5 in this street race, but again, he's just not as good on the road courses compared to years past. So give me Ty Gibbs. Give me Mr. Consistency, Chris Buescher over Zane Smith all day. Give me those top 10s. And Tyler Reddick, Carson Hocevar. Reddick is a better road course racer than Carson. Carson's had good finishes on road courses, but not this season in particular. So I'm going to go Tyler Reddick. There you go. There's my in-depth fantasy analysis for this weekend. We've got more head-to-head picks to cover in our pre-race zone because it's the second round of the in-season tournament for the NASCAR Cup Series. Here's a look at the bracket, how things are shaping up for this weekend in Chicago. 16 drivers left, so we will have 8 matchups this week. It'll be a lot easier to follow throughout the course of the race compared to last week just because we have half as many matchups. Ty Dillon versus Brad Keselowski is an interesting one because neither one of these guys are good on road courses. So this is a matchup that Ty Dillon might be able to steal another week in the tournament if Keselowski gets in an incident, which he seems to do a lot on the road courses in recent years. If Brad has a clean day, I do trust the equipment more so than colleague with Ty Dillon. So for that reason, I'll take Brad Keselowski, but I wouldn't be shocked if Ty Dillon advances because Brad is prone to making mistakes on this kind of a racetrack. Bowman versus Wallace is a very interesting one. But for the same reason I took Bowman, in our head-to-head matchup on the Fantasy League, again, he starts much further ahead in the running order than Bubba. He's won here before. I think his upside of getting a better finish is a lot higher than Wallace, so give me the odds. John Hunter Nemechek versus Chase Elliott. Nemechek is on a hot streak. Chase Elliott is on an even hotter streak. Just won at Atlanta last week. And I know Elliott hasn't won a next-gen road course race, but he's still consistently in the top 10 almost every time we go to a road course. Not as often as Chris Buescher. He's got the most, but Elliott's not far behind. Elliott did finish in 3rd in the street race. I think it was 2023 because Gibbs had 3rd last year. So I was trying to remember back from my notes. He was 3rd in 2023. I'm going to take Chase Elliott. Yeah. I'm probably like 65-35 there, but I'll take Chase Elliott. Eric Jones versus Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is going to be a tough matchup, too. Stenhouse doesn't scream great road course racer, but he did have a top 5 last year in the street race. He finished 5th. Eric Jones, I think, has a better upside. Legacy is clicking on all cylinders right now. Stenhouse really did struggle for a large portion of that Mexico City race. Eric Jones is running mid-pack to just outside the top 10 for most of the day. I think he finished around 12th-ish. I'm going to go Eric Jones for this week. So on the left side of the bracket, again, I have Keselowski over Ty Dillon, Alex Bowman over Bubba Wallace, Chase Elliott over John Hunter Nemechek, and then Eric Jones over Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And I'm actually going to look on my bracket to see if I have any of these guys actually going that far. Because I think I do. I'm pretty sure I have Bubba Wallace in my final four. So I'm actually contradicting myself today when I take Bowman over Wallace. But in my bracket initially, I know for a fact that I had Bubba advancing through. But the reason why I had Bubba advancing through is because I had him facing Joey Logano. I didn't have Wallace facing Bowman. Because Bowman made it, I think Bowman advances now, in hindsight. Before the bracket started, I had Wallace beating Logano because Logano's actually been worse than Bubba on these road courses with the next gen. All right, so let me see here. I do have Keselowski advancing. I do have Wallace. I do have Chase. So 3 of the 4 on the left side of the bracket I could technically get right today, even though my bracket is by all means busted. I've got a lot of matchups that are still available for this week because a lot of the guys that I had eliminated last week, I only had them going one round anyway. Jones and Stenhouse, I didn't have either one winning this one. I had Christopher Bell in my finals, and he would have been the matchup instead of Stenhouse. So I would have had Bell there. So obviously with Bell not in the matchup, up-to-date version of the bracket, I'm taking Eric Jones. Going over to the other side of the bracket, we'll start at the bottom. Ty Gibbs versus AJ Allmendinger. I did have Ty Gibbs winning this week, and as I mentioned in the head-to-head matchup on the Fantasy League, I have Ty Gibbs winning as well. He's just been more consistent on the road course races than what Allmendinger has been this season in particular. Gibbs had a top 3 at Chicago last year as well. The matchup just below that, I do have Chris Buescher in my final 4. So Buescher, I will definitely take to beat Zane Smith, just like the head-to-head. Again, he's finished only outside the top 10 twice on a road course with the next gen out of 17 races, including both races this year. He had top 10s at Coda and Mexico City. Carson Hocevar, Tyler Reddick, I didn't have either one of those two advancing. Originally, I had Blaney versus Larson. Neither one of those two advanced. I did have Larson beating Blaney in the original matchup because he's just a better road course racer than Ryan Blaney. Heads up, I'm a Blaney fan, but, you know, outside of winning at the Roval at random in 2018, he doesn't have another win on a road course. Larson's won on road courses with the Gen 6, the next gen. Higher upside, I think, for Larson to have a better run. But again, neither one of those guys are in. So based off of the Reddick and Hocevar matchup, I'm going to go Tyler Reddick. They both start in the top 5. So that's going to be a fun battle between the two. Hocevar has a tendency to kind of fade in the long runs. And I think there's a higher upside that Hocevar wrecks in this race than Tyler Reddick. So if we go off a war of attrition, I think Reddick can master that. He's won several road course races. I know Hocevar has a career best finish of 2nd on a road course at Watkins Glen last year, but I'm still going to go Tyler Reddick. Gregson versus Priest. I didn't have either one of those two advancing through that portion of the bracket. I did have Priest advancing to this round. That's a lie. I had William Byron. I had Byron and Briscoe. So neither one of those matchups won last week. Byron was actually my champion in the in-season tournament, so he got eliminated already. Therefore, I would have had Byron advancing out of this matchup against Briscoe. But neither one of them are in it. I think I'm going to take Ryan Preece. I know Gregson had a top 10 at Coda earlier this season, but RFK looks better all around as a team than Front Row this weekend. Even though Priest doesn't strike me to be a road course racer. Kind of for the same reason that I took Keselowski over Ty Dillon. It's really just coming down to the equipment, more so than the driver itself when it comes to road course racing. So give me Ryan Preece. So for this weekend, in-season tournament, I've got Keselowski over Ty Dillon, Alex Bowman over Bubba Wallace, even though originally I had Wallace actually moving on to my final 4, but I had him at against Logano and not Bowman originally. So I do have Wallace advancing. So I guess either way, I'm right on that one. So it comes down to it's either going to be right for my fantasy league or it's going to be right on the bracket. I do have Chase Elliott advancing to the next round on the bracket. I do have Chris Buescher in my final four. I had Ty Gibbs move into the next round as well. And then the only three matchups that I wouldn't have actually had a chance to advance through this week, I would have picked Reddick over Hocevar, Priest over Gregson, and then Stenhouse over Jones. So I'll be keeping an eye on the bracket. I actually didn't realize I had that many drivers that were still going. I knew my bracket was busted after last week, but I kind of forgot that of the guys that I had winning last week on the bracket, for most of them, I only had them going one round. The only problem is that I had Bell and Byron who are in my finals. So I'm not going to win anything. But I still want to get the most points I possibly can just for my moral compass. So I could go 5 for 8 this week just based off of what I had originally. We'll see how that matches up, and we'll keep an eye on those matchups throughout the course of the day. So if anybody's, still got their bracket in decent shape at the very least, I'll keep you updated there. Stu, Joey Logano fan, John Smith, Mark Guest, Sid, Vic, Richie, thanks for tuning in, guys. Frank Powers, Solomon Lee, Warren Hunter, H. Holly D. I know many of you were playing along during the quiz that we had before all of the fantasy and in-season tournament talk. On the pre-race, Jeffrey C. I haven't shouted you guys out, though, so that's why I'm trying to give you your shout-outs. Kyle, Lance, Steve, thanks for tuning in, guys. Guys and gals. That bothers me that I can't find that ant that was crawling on my desk like 5 to 10 minutes ago. Nope, not there. I was like, maybe he's under my remote. He's going to be crawling on me at some point. I know that that's the case. That happened to me a couple weeks back. I was wearing sweatpants that day, though, so I'm wearing shorts. It's not a fun feeling when something's crawling on you and kind of, it's like, what is that? At least I know what it is, but. All right. Rain might be a factor later. It definitely could be. We're going to get the race started on time. No, it's not raining at the track right now. I haven't looked at the weather since about 12:30 this afternoon. Right after I got home from work. So let me check the weather again. Now that about an hour and a half has passed by. Chicago, Illinois. Yeah, it still says thunderstorms possible after 3, which is what I saw earlier. So we're just gonna have to see. But the race is definitely gonna start on time. Because if the thunderstorms aren't gonna roll in until after 3, again the race starts shortly after 2. It looks like the countdown to the green clock is at 37 minutes to go. So we still have 37 minutes until the start of the race. I wish they would start closer to 2. It's actually looking like it's going to be about 2:30 by the time they actually get the race started, which is even less of a time frame before the rain. You know that the rain is possible. Why don't they move the start time up a little bit? So we went live like extra early. I didn't realize the drop of the green flag was closer to 2:30 rather than 2. Because we've already wrapped up almost everything I needed to for the pre-race show. The only thing we got to go through is the standings and the starting lineup, and I'm not going to go through the starting lineup 30 minutes before the green flag. A lot of you guys are either going to forget or we're going to have a lot more new viewers coming in before the start of the race for that. The ants want to watch the race, not this one. The minute he crawls on me, he's dead. At that point, he's just committing suicide. I mean, there's no... Like, why would you expect, as an ant, for that to go down very well? Now, let me just start crawling on the person that's trying to kill me real quick and see if he finds me. It's called hiding in plain sight. iRacing NASCAR games have fantasy tracks? Maybe. but they can pretty much put almost any track that they want that isn't necessarily in NASCAR as like a fantasy track. So I would probably lean towards no. Hope they can do this race after this year. They do have one more year left on the contract as an option year if the city of Chicago decides to pick it up, but I don't think that is up to NASCAR specifically. I think that's up to the city as to whether they want another straight race at Chicago. And if it ends up raining for the third consecutive year, I don't know that they're going to want to do it because they could have had a better turnout had it not rained. Pick to win the in-season tournament as of right now? That's a good question of who's left because my original final two are both gone. The only other guys I had in the final four that are still going are Bubba Wallace and Chris Buescher, so I'll probably say Chris Buescher. I like his path. I mean, if he wins this week, he's got Ty Gibbs. Him and Ty Gibbs will have a good matchup at Sonoma. That's going to be tough. They're both good road course racers. Chase Elliott still being in it, I think he's got a really good shot. I'd say of the caliber of drivers that are remaining, either Elliott or Buescher. I'm saying Buescher for the sake of, because I had him going far on my bracket. Dale Jr. did too. But also, if Chase Elliott makes it to the finals, I like Chase Elliott over Chris Buescher at Indianapolis because Hendrick Motorsports at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I mean, that's why I ended up settling on Byron to win the thing, but he's out. So Elliott's the only Hendrick car left outside of Bowman, but I didn't have Bowman going that far. Yeah. I think Chase Elliott is the favorite. Now he's on my laptop. Hang on. I found him. Did I get him? Yeah, I got him. See what I mean? Like, what is he doing? Dead. I gotta throw it out. I'll be back in about 5 seconds. Just imagine that was another one and it wasn't the same one I was trying to find the first time. I killed 2 of them in the morning before I left for work. It's been a serious carpenter ant problem in my household for about the last. I think it's because it's warmer in this room in particular than any other room in the house. So I think there's more moisture in here, which is why I find carpenter ants everywhere. I'm killing like 1 or 2 of them at least every day. There was one day I killed 8 of them. When I had off of work one day and I was up in my room for a lot of it. In my office, as I say. Around this area. And yeah, I killed like 8 of them throughout the course of the entire day. They wanted to type something. I live in Northwest Ohio. Rest in peace, 2020. I like that. 2025 to 2025. He had so much life ahead of him. Why would you do such a thing? That's great. That's hilarious. Yeah, of who's left, give me Elliott. For the sake of my bracket, Chris Buescher. I definitely think those are the 2 guys, as of right now, the favorites to come out of both sides of the bracket. Tyler Reddick could go a long ways, too. But Buescher's really good at Dover. And he's obviously really good on the road courses. So if we get a Reddick and Buescher matchup, it would be at Dover. And I think I'd still have to favor Buescher, even though I didn't have Reddick going that far. Like, I had Buescher beating Kyle Larson. So, no, that's not right. I had Byron in there. I had Byron beating Buescher. Gotta get my facts straight. Because I had Byron in the finals. I had Byron knocking out Larson. That's what it was. In the round of 8. IndyCar at Mid-Ohio right now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. I went to the Mid-Ohio IndyCar race in 2022. Yeah, because that was when Reddick got his first career win. I missed the entire NASCAR race that day. And the reason why is because it took so long to get out of the parking lot in Mid-Ohio. I've never had an easy time getting out of that facility for IndyCar, Xfinity, truck races. Like it never had an easy time getting out of there. So the infrastructure is not great to ever hold a cup race because there's going to be even more people there than what we had for any of those other races, and it was already a hard time trying to get out. It's just out in the middle of nowhere, and there's no connecting highway anywhere close to the track, so it's just all back roads and country roads, so everything gets backed up so quickly. John Smith, thanks for tuning in. At a motocross race, there you go. Saturday. Joey Gentry, thanks for tuning in. Graduate of Redbud. Jeez, look at that. John and Joey, do you guys know each other? What a community we have here. Small world. Am I watching IndyCar right now? No, I've got the NASCAR broadcast on. I need to be updated in case like they have any updates for rain or anything of that nature. Which they don't have anything obviously right now. As far as the pre-race festivities go, as soon as they go trackside for the national anthem, you'll get to listen into that. I would imagine it's going to be sometime soon. And here we go.
As we gather on this 4th of July weekend, we celebrate the freedom purchased through the sacrifice of the men and women who serve in our military, both here and abroad. And we celebrate the freedom that you, God, have given us as your ultimate gift. Now we submit each driver and their teams into your care. Be their eyes, provide them clear sight in every turn, and help them to avoid danger. And may the rumble of these engines remind us of your power that flows through all things. Guide their reflexes and split-second decisions. And when the racing gets intense, may you slow their perception that they may react with precision. Watch over every person who is here, and may you bless all who dwell in our wonderful republic, and help us to continue to be a beacon of hope. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Grammy Award-winning recording artists, Soul Children of Chicago.
Say, those kids knocked it out of the park. That was well choreographed between all of them. 10 times better than what I can do, I can tell you that much. All right. That was the national anthem. We're going to get things kick-started here shortly. When they come back from the commercial break on TNT, they'll get the command to fire engines. Drivers will be in their cars shortly. We'll go over the season in review up to this point and how the NASCAR Cup Series point standings are shaping up. First, the regular season championship battle. I kind of covered it during the practice and qualifying stream yesterday. William Byron has a 37-point lead over Chase Elliott. Elliott did move up 3 spots after his win last weekend at Atlanta. Big points day for him, a lot of stage points, race win. Kyle Larson drops back to 3rd. Hamlin back to 4th. Bell back to 5th. So that's the top 5. They're all within 80 points of each other. Those top 3, all at Hendrick Motorsports, within 42 points. So mathematically, Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson could take down William Byron today. All 3 of those drivers will be dropping in the rear of the field for the start of the race. William Byron actually crashed in practice anyway yesterday, didn't qualify. Same for Chase Elliott. Kyle Larson, unapproved adjustments, will have to start at the rear of the field as well. So all of them are going to be around each other all day. It'll be fun to see who's going to get through the pack, whether that be on strategy, passing cars better than the other. As far as the playoff standings go, we have 12 different NASCAR Cup Series drivers who have won a race this season. 16 eligible spots for the playoffs, and we still have 8 races to go in the regular season. 7, of course, after today's race finishes. So only 4 spots are open with 8 races to go. The drivers locked in. 3 wins for 3 different drivers: Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, and Christopher Bell. And then we have 8 drivers who have 1 win. Those 8 are William Byron, after last week now Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Ross Chastain, then Chase Briscoe, Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, Josh Berry, and Shane Van Gisbergen. So those are the 12 drivers that are locked in again with a win. In the point standing side of things right now, Tyler Reddick is the highest in the standings without a win. He's 6th on the regular season side of things. Chris Buescher is 9th on the regular season championship standings, but he also, again, doesn't have a win, so he'd be 14th on the playoff grid. You scroll down a little bit, Alex Bowman and Bubba Wallace have the last 2 spots in on points, and Bubba Wallace's gap over Ryan Preece for that final transfer spot, as of right now, 23 points for the number 23. Preece is the first driver out. The second driver out is Eric Jones, and AJ Allmendinger and Carson Hocevar round out the top 20. So that is the NASCAR Cup Series playoff standings to this point in the season. Other kind of statistical things to look at: most laps led on the year, Kyle Larson. William Byron is fast approaching him for that top spot. He's less than 100 laps led away. Chase Elliott just eclipsed 100 laps led in the season after his win last weekend at Atlanta. I think he only had 41 or 42 before that, so he had a great day again last week. Ryan Blaney's up in the top 5 in laps led, just behind Joey Logano. Most of those obviously would have been from the couple of weeks before, though. Most top 10s on the season, Kyle Larson with 12. Most top 5s on the year, also Kyle Larson. He has 9. And most DNFs on the year, at least for the front runners, Ryan Blaney has 6 of them. Bubba Wallace also has 6. 4 for Carson Hocevar, Josh Berry, most of those a little bit earlier in the season. Same for Keselowski with his 5, and Daniel Suarez with his 5, in most recent weeks has gotten into incidences, including last week a DNF at Atlanta. So that is the season in review, with 8 races to go in the regular season before the playoffs. And I'll wait to go through the starting lineup for today's race until after we get the command, so that way we don't miss that, as engines will be firing off shortly. Jackson Thomas, thanks for tuning in. He's picking SVG for the win also. Me too. Yeah, I covered that already for the pre-race. I definitely think he is the huge favorite, heavy favorite to win this thing. The biggest thing, I think, is, if we get any sort of rain, what is that going to look like? He crashed in the rain last year. Granted, that was largely because he had gotten hit from behind, but there's a lot of outside factors that could come into play because of that. On the broadcast today is obviously Dale Jr., Steve Latarp for the color commentary, and Adam Alexander on the lap-by-lap call. You'll get to hear them periodically throughout the race, as well as my own commentary when we get things kick-started. TNT bringing you the coverage for today's race. Second race out of 5 for them on the season. Back-to-back road course races. Slowest corner of the racetrack, we're going to see the cars going in the mid 30 mile per hour range around turn 11. Fastest area of the track down the longest straightaway between turns 5 and 6, 142 miles per hour on the streets of Chicago. I would say you usually don't see that in Chicago, but then my joke was going to be I've seen videos of cars flipping in downtown Chicago because they're taking curbs too fast. So I don't think they were going 140, but they were going pretty quick, probably faster than they should have. It's really 3 very fast sections of the racetrack, which bring for passing opportunities. A lot harder in the back half portion of the track without a major mistake. We've seen some drag blocking crashes in the first 2 years of having races here. Turn 11, kind of that big one when it comes to late race restart situations. We didn't have one in the Xfinity race yesterday. Any incidences that came upon us in the Xfinity race were all kind of single car incidences. Drivers getting caught and tire barriers after crashing, so having to get a wrecker to get out there and get them off the racetrack. There was a decent amount of yellows yesterday. There wasn't a lot. Granted, it was a pretty short race, but 6 cautions for 50 laps, or 6 cautions in the 50-lap race. I think they ended up having about 17 laps under yellow out of the 50. Today's race, 75 laps around a 2.2-mile street course configuration. Again, one of the shorter races of the season, only 265 miles. Only 2 pit stops necessary to make it on fuel to the end, but if we see any rain later, wet weather tires could go on. As long as the lightning holds clear, that's the big thing. Because of the rain that is potential at the track after 3 p.m. Eastern this afternoon, it is on the thunderstorm side of things. Here's the command to fire engines.
Please welcome Chicago Bulls legend, 3-time NBA.
Oh, that's Derrick
All-Star,
Rose. I didn't even realize
the
that.
youngest ever NBA MVP, philanthropist, and Chicago legend, Derrick Rose. Chicago, let's go! Drivers, start your engine!
I'll tell you what, Derrick Rose looks so much different from what he did in his younger Bulls days that I didn't even realize that was Derrick Rose at first. Took me a second to realize that. Hey, I mean, Chicago sports legend given the command. I'm surprised Michael Jordan hasn't done it one of these couple of years. Especially considering he's in the sport of NASCAR. Maybe the lawsuit going on right now probably doesn't want to do anything for NASCAR until they do stuff for him. All right, so as engines are fired, we will go through the starting lineup for today's Grant Park 265, excuse me. Grant Park 265 at Chicago. Oh, it is 165. I put that in the chat wrong. Give me a second. Let me get to the bottom of this. It doesn't say on here. Go to the schedule. It just says Chicago Street Race. No, it's 165. Okay, so it's 165 miles, not 265. I apologize for that. Again, one of the shorter races of the season. But it's even shorter than what I initially said it was. I get the starting lineup back on screen now. I thought I butchered the name of the race, but I did not. I second-guessed myself. Alrighty. Starting lineup for the Grant Park 165 third NASCAR Chicago Street Race. Shane Van Gisbergen, in the 2023 winner and yesterday's NASCAR Xfinity Series winner, will be on the pole as he tries to go for the weekend sweep. Michael McDowell outside of row 1 finishes a 5th and 7th at both Chicago starts. Second Chicago start for Carson Hocevar as he brings up the inside of row 2, and last year's runner-up Tyler Reddick. Chase Briscoe on the inside of row 3 and Kyle Busch to the outside. Busch, one of only 2 drivers to get a top 10 in both Chicago races. Ryan Preece, row 4 on the inside. Chris Buescher outside. 1 Chicago top 10, but 14 races, or 15 now after Mexico City a couple weeks ago, races in which he's finished in the top 10 on road courses with the next-gen car. Only 2 he has not. Row number 4 will be Ryan Preece. And Chris Buescher, I just mentioned that. Row number 5 will be Ty Gibbs, who finished 9th and 3rd in both Chicago starts, along with Austin Dillon, who is trying to go for his first Chicago top 10 today. Row number 6 will be last year's Chicago winner, Alex Bowman, alongside Joe Ilagano, who has a best at the track of 8th in 2023. Christopher Bell has led a combined 51 laps in the 2 Chicago street races. He starts on the inside of row 7, with Kyle Larson to his outside, who had a top 5 here 2 seasons ago. In row number 8 will be Brad Keselowski, who's searching for his first top 15 at the track, and AJ Allmendinger, who's coming off a DNF a season ago in this race. Last year, Ryan Blaney finished 10th. This year, he starts 17th on the inside of row 9. Daniel Suarez on the outside, looking for his first top 10 at the track. Will Brown making his second career NASCAR Cup start on the inside of row number 10, and Todd Gilliland, who will be making his third start in the Chicago street race in as many races. He finished 7th last season. Riley Herbst making his Chicago debut today on the inside of row 11, and Ross Chastain, who finished 22nd in both races. In row number 12, Cole Custer, who had a top 10 in Mexico City just a couple weeks ago, and Noah Gragson, who also has a top 10 on a road course this year at COTA early in the season. Row 13, John Hunter Nemechek, who will be making his second downtown Chicago start, and Zane Smith as well, second start for him at the track. In row 14 will be Austin Cindric, who was 6th in 2023, and Justin Haley, who was a runner-up in that same race. Josh Berry, who crashed out of the race last year, trying to make it to the finish this year. He starts inside of row 15 alongside Austin Hill, who will be making his second Cup start of 2025. Josh Bilicki on the inside of row 16 with Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who was 6th in this race a season ago. Catherine Legg, who got the final transfer spot in qualifying, bumped Corey Heim yesterday in qualifying, will be on the inside of row 17. Eric Jones to the outside. Cody Ware inside of row 18, Ty Dillon, 32 seed in the in-season tournament. Facing off against Brad Keselowski this week. We'll see if he can pull off the upset 2 weeks in a row as he starts deep in the field. Row number 19 will be Bubba Wallace, who was fastest in practice but spun out twice and qualified yesterday, and William Byron, who starts deep in the field because of crashing in practice. He did not qualify yesterday. Row 20, also 2 drivers who did not qualify yesterday. Chase Elliott, who has a best finish here of 3rd in 2023. He also got in a crash in practice, and then Denny Hamlin had an engine failure yesterday, so that is why he is starting at the rear. And there's a few other drivers who are also starting at the rear of the field today, not counting the last 3 that you see on the starting grid. Noah Gragson will have to drop to the rear for unapproved adjustments. Same for Kyle Larson. The 10 of Ty Dillon also starting at the rear of the field. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will be dropping to the back, all for unapproved adjustments. So quite a few drivers on top of, obviously, the final 4 in the initial starting order. Will be starting even further back behind them. Pretty long list there. Well, that is the starting lineup for today's race. Our stage splits today will be 20 laps in both Stage 1 and Stage 2. The final stage, 35 laps, bringing up the full 75 lap distance. Scheduled distance, that is. The late-breaking updates here is the TNT crew leading up to the drop of the green flag for today's race.
Chief Chris Gale, he told me if there's anyone good at putting yesterday behind him, it's Denny Hamlin. He's able to take what he needs to do, control what he can control, and he's got a lot of work to do because he's starting in the back of this field. He's got to start passing cars on lap 1, Marty Snyder.
Alan, speaking of cars that left start the back of the field, add Kyle Larson. In fact, I'll add all 4 Hendrick Motorsports cars to that list as well. They all will start in the back today. For Larson, he had contact with the wall in qualifying yesterday. He tried to go make another qualifying attempt, but the damage was just too bad. Cliff Daniels told me this morning they were here until 11 p.m. last night fixing this car. They were back in at 8 a.m. this morning. He told me it's pretty much a brand new race car. The entire right side of the 5 has been changed for this race today. But Adam, you know, Kyle Larson knows his way to the front at road course. It's going to be fun to watch this 5 this afternoon.
Yeah, Marty, we just had the graphic in. 6 wins on the road, 3 coming in the next gen era for Kyle Larson. No doubt he'll be a driver to watch coming to the back today. It's just about time for the green flag in Chicago. You're watching NASCAR on TNT.
Alrighty. Going to commercial in the early going of the race broadcast itself. Again, thank you all for tuning in. We'll check out the chat poll that has been open since yesterday. 89 votes so far have been casted for who you think will win this year's NASCAR Cup Series Chicago Street Race. Shane Van Gisbergen getting 52% of those votes. That's down from the Xfinity race yesterday where he was at 60. Other than SVG, Michael McDowell, Tyler Reddick for the win is at 35%. Only 8% taking Michael McDowell and only 6% taking Tyler Reddick. I do think that those are the three favorites for the win today, which is why I put those guys on the poll. I usually try to put my three favorites in there and then somebody other than those three. But less than 10% taking Reddick, who has won 3 next-gen road races. He finished second in this race last year. And Michael McDowell, who has finished 5th and 7th in both Chicago street races and starts on the front row again here today. He also has a win with the next-gen car in a road course at Indianapolis, which is by way of elevation changes, a flat road course, much like the Chicago street race. Really, the only elevation change that we see on this racetrack is going up and over the railroad tracks from turn 11 to turn 12, that final section of the track after turn 12, of course, is the main straightaway. So it's kind of a downhill braking area into 12. You don't really get the uphill climb until you're well into the throttle out of turn 11, so it's really just turn 12 where you have to deal with any sort of elevation changes. A lot of bumps with this being a street course race. Cars are driving these same roads every day out of the year, adding to the wear and tear of the asphalt on top of the cold, harsh winters that Chicago, Illinois has year in and year out. Been a lot of changes to the track itself in just the 3 years that we've had this road course layout. It's the same layout that we have had for all 3 years. So nothing has changed there. There was not a lot of tire fall off in yesterday's practice session, and there also wasn't a lot of fall off, if any at all, in the Xfinity race. Some of the faster laps of the race were on that long green flag run in stage 3 before the final caution. I don't think we're going to see tires necessarily come into play, and because it's a pretty standard 2-stop race, I really think the only time you're going to see cars pit is before and after both of the stages. Just before pit road closes with 2 to go at the end of each stage, and then during the stage itself, deciding who stays out to get stage points. And I don't think we're really going to see any other pit stops throughout the day, unless, of course, they're unscheduled because of cars getting damaged.
Great win yesterday.
Queuing up Shane Van Gisbergen.
How are we doing today?
Yesterday, just a bit hot, but rehydrated and feeling good. Looking forward to today. My cars yesterday were really good. So thanks for you as well. But yeah, weather thanks Chevy's great today. Thank you to track out through. Car's awesome. But yeah, big challenges coming up to the tough race. And gonna be a lot of strategy weather. See how we go.
Thanks for talking to us, buddy. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good day.
He just says things different. I mean, I love those interviews from Shane and Ginsburg. And back now to our RB starting grid. Talk about Michael McDowell, row 1. His teammate Carson Hocevar, row 2. A pair of runner-ups this year. He's there with Tyler Reddick. Chase Briscoe won at Pocono this season. He's in row 3. Chris Buescher in row 4. He won last fall at Watkins Glen. He's there with his teammate Ryan Preece, who had great speed earlier this year in Mexico City. Watch Ty Gibbs. We talk about him, 2 top 10s and 2 starts in Chicago. Next to Austin Dillon, a top 10 starting spot on a road course for the first time in 5 years.
Alex Bowman won this race last year, but he's got a little bit of work to do after some damage from qualifying. You see Kyle Larson also going to the back of the field, back there in row 7. Damage to his car. Christopher Bell, also on the road courses. Should see him work his way toward the front. Brad Keselowski, A.J. Allmendinger in row 8. A.J., a favorite to go up there and mix it up today. And then Ryan Blaney, Daniel Suarez in row 9. We know Daniel has been let go by Trackhouse at the end of the season. He'll be planning his future going forward. Will Brown Running a race with us this weekend with Todd Gilliland in row 10. Riley Herbst in row 11, starting his first Cup Series. Had a couple of Xfinity starts here. I'll start next to Ron Chastain. Cole Custer and Noah Gregson back in row 20. Noah with the top 10 at Kona, so he has a lot of experience in the road courses. He presses at times, and he loves this challenge. He'll be going up against Ryan Preece in that. John Hunter Nemechek and Zane Smith. Dale will have his as he faces off against Chris Buescher. Dale's pick for it all. Austin Cindric and Justin Haley will be in row 14. Row 15, Josh Berry and Austin Hill finished fourth in the Xfinity race yesterday. Cup race today. Back in row 16, Josh Malicki and Ricky Stenhouse. Raced sixth here last year. And Catherine Legg did an awesome job making the race and qualifying with Eric Jones back in row 17. Then Cody Ware in that Arby's Ford and Ty Dillon in row 18. Row 19, Bubba Wallace, William Byron, and also in row 20, Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, 4 drivers trying to work their way forward after having to go to the rear of qualifying.
You know, we want to put an exclamation point on all these drivers going to the rear, and we mentioned them there, but it's worth another pop because these are some significant names that we feel like at the end of the day are going to be right there in the hunt.
We've never seen anything like this. I just think it speaks to the difficulty of the racetrack. SVG said it was probably the most difficult street course in the world, and you know, we saw a lot of challenges in practice and qualifying, and this is the result.
Let's hear from our pit reporters again. Danielle, you're up first.
Adam Michael McDowell has Chicago ties. His dad is from here, downtown streets of Chicago, and is attending the race to watch his son win. His crew chief Travis Peterson said that is the goal because points do nothing for us. With 8 races to go in the regular season, we're too far below the cup. We want to find clean air and be in position if SVG makes a mistake on.
Danielle, William Byron ended practice yesterday calling himself an idiot. He cooked it into turn 10, wrecked his car. The team was here until 11 o'clock last night, fixing the entire left side, the rear as well. If there's any good aspect to this, he was really fast before then, and he came from the rear last year to finish 8th. Marty Snyder.
All right. Well, dropping the green flag is just seconds away. And our KRC Productions will have everything headed your way as far as the NASCAR Cup Series race here in Chicago, Illinois goes. Green flag is in the air, and the Grant Park 165 is underway as Shane Van Gisbergen charges down towards turn 1. Michael McDowell on the DePaul University Chevrolet. Even harder into that first turn is going to outbrake Shane Van Gisbergen, clear him. SVG with the over-under move, but gets blocked off by McDowell, who has the lead initially. Now into turn 2. SVG squeezes underneath the McDowell, nearly making contact in a very tight area of the racetrack, and that will be McDowell's advantage to try to get to the throttle sooner and extend the lead down the longer portion of the track, entering turn 4. One of 3 long straightaways. Michael McDowell off and running early. William Byron slow at the initial start, lagging behind the rest of the field. Not sure what's going on with this 24 car up to this point as to why that is the case. Over half a lap in, no incidents to record so far. Darty move by Chase Briscoe in the 19 as he tries to pull out a line and make a pass on the youngster Carson Hocevar down in turn number 8. Able to successfully make that pass. Pass was for 6th place. Packed crowd on hands around a lot of these corners of the first, at least, start of a dry race when it comes to the Chicago street course. Couple cars still fighting for position down into turn 11. Pulling out a line, jamming on the brakes. One of the tighter corners of the racetrack. A lot of bumper cars going on at the back of the pack, running in the back of one another. You're really trusting the driver in front of you to decide on when you're going to start braking. One driver goes late, and that's where we see everybody behind in a land rush doing the same thing. The lap 1 in the books, and Michael McDowell from the second starting position was able to beat Van Gisbergen through those first 2 turns. He leads the race. He's got about a 1-second lead over SVG as they round through turn 4 on this second lap. Kyle Busch is in 3rd, Tyler Reddick 4th, and Chris Buescher rounds out the top 5 on lap 2. Then Chase Briscoe in 6th, Carson Hocevar 7th, Austin Dillon 8th, Ryan Preece 9th, and Ty Gibbs is going to round out our current top 10. We'll keep an eye on all those drivers that started deep in the field today because of the unapproved adjustments or just not being able to qualify because of incidences in practice. Chase Elliott, William Byron, Alex Bowman, and Kyle Larson, all the Hendrick duo, or four, really, I should say. Double duo. Denny Hamlin starting deep in the field. Bubba Wallace, who was fastest in practice. Heavy hitters starting at the back. Second lap of the race, SVG a little bit quicker than Michael McDowell, who was off and running on the first lap. We'll see if the consistency in lap times will be there for Michael McDowell. There isn't a lot of tire fall off, but just still kind of saving the equipment is something that SVG does better than anybody else on any kind of a road course or even the street course layout. It's the only driver in the field that's going to be using the clutch to shift. I guess Will Brown might be doing the same thing in the 13 a little bit later, but problems for William Byron continue. He is very slow in that last place position as he was lagging behind the field on the initial start. Under power for the 24.
I walked through the garage. Crack. His car was completely taken apart after that wreck.
Came in with a regular season points lead, but keep this in mind, 27th or worse in 3 of the last 4 races for William Byron. So they've been on a bit of a slide, opening the door for others to take advantage here down the stretch of the regular season.
And momentum is real in any sport. Specifically in this one, I think you just don't want to give it up before the playoff start. I know we still have some races ahead, but that slide you talked about is real.
And a lot of tracks between now and the end of the regular season where things can go wrong and you can lose a lot of points in one single event.
Great run right there by the 3 of Austin Dillon. We're riding on board with the BuildSubmarines.com in-car cam and riding out, looking at the bumper at Ty Gibbs. Look at the work that he's having to do through this technical part of the racetrack.
Oh, big bump.
Movement, there's
and we got a couple cars parked against the outside wall and many more to follow as they don't see the accident. Now the caution's out way late. Hocevar gets slammed into by the 3 of Austin Dillon. Brad Keselowski's involved. Daniel Suarez is in it. Riley Herbst has heavy damage. Will Brown, I believe, is involved. Heavy impacts. The track was halfway blocked with the 77 and the 3 together. And under green flag conditions, more piled in quickly.
Oh my goodness, such a hard lick right there. He spins right around in front of Dillon. And now here comes everybody.
Oh, wow.
Crash. Wow.
They have no idea, right? I mean, all of these cars continuing. This is just going to be a huge hit for the 77. Let's go on board with Brad K. Take a look at this.
Such a blind area of the track.
Oh my gosh.
We were just talking about Austin Dillon and the job that he was doing inside the top 10 and one of the handful of drivers collected here. 77 radio Carson Hocevar.
It's probably going to be a red flag.
That's too hard. It's tight. The choosing is far right. I quite like it.
So I believe he's making a comment of coming through turns 9. He was trying to get too far right to be able to set up for turn 10 and hit that barrier right there.
Wow, what a hard hit. He shifted the wall.
So he hits the barrier on the interior of turn 10. We saw Tyler Reddick do the same thing in the final laps of this race last year, trying to chase down Alex Bowman.
Riding here with Austin Cindric.
You're like, please don't hit me. Please don't. I mean, you finally get the car stopped and you look in the mirror immediately to see if the rest of the field is going to come driving through you. Because you know that you had no idea anything was there, and everyone behind you is coming at full speed.
I mean, just like what you do on a highway, right? They're checking up in front of you, you get loaded, and immediately you look up in your rearview mirror to make sure the guy behind you is paying attention.
Yeah, do I need to pull off the side of the road here?
Exactly.
Now we're going to red flag to get this untangled.
Yeah.
He called it. That's 77. He hits the big heavy. Look at the damage to the wall above. We stay right on this shot just for a second. Bring your attention all the way up here. Look at this wall that kind of has this big jut in it right there. That's the damage from the 77. So they're probably going to have to repair that barrier. But it starts because he hits the other side, driver's right, which pitches him left.
Yeah, at the apex of turn 11, just clipping that wall. And the uniqueness of racing at a street course is
this is the only place where these drivers are going to probably run against barriers in the apexes of these corners, right? And I think we talked about this earlier today, guys, where we heard these drivers really tell us that they don't quite truly understand exactly how big these cars are, where the right side, where the left side is. And they actually get into the wall sometimes when they think they have plenty of room, because the car is just, they're still learning really where the corners of this race car is, because it's so big compared to the Xfinity car we race, or the generation previous to this.
AMR safety team was there. You saw it, and they are getting an early workout. Let's go to Danielle.
Adam, we heard the 3 radio just before that collision tell Carson Hocevar's team. The 3 said Carson is wiggling all over the place. Stay away from the 77. Now you see the contact. And the 3 is in the pits right now, fixing damage to the right rear from that wreck. So far, they're saying there's a right rear toe link that is broken.
And there's going to be a ton of damage from several cars in this accident. We take another look at this replay. So top of the screen right there, Carson Hocevar. Dale, this is what you're talking about. He's trying to get as close to that wall as possible. And if we spin it forward, you see he hits the right side, and that's what moves him left. A little glance right there, and it just drives him straight into this outside wall. Look at that barrier move. And everybody's trying to slow down. And obviously, you have no idea where this next gen's going when it breaks these toe links. And neither does the guy driving it, because they just go everywhere like a forklift.
I knew you were going to get the forklift.
He told forklifts when they were to be broken.
I always blame the crew chief.
Well, it's kind of unfortunate to have this red flag for this accident this early in the race, knowing that we could have potential weather looming a little bit later on. It's going to make a lot more desperation on the restarts. Hocevar and Austin Dillon were battling for 7th place on the racetrack at the time of the incident. Hocevar again kind of apexing the corner a little bit too aggressively and clips the inside wall in turn 10, then the outside wall. Broken toe link halfway down the straightaway, and around he went. Blind area of the racetrack. I mean, you can't even see the cars in front of you braking because guys are blocking the racetrack until you come up off of turn 10, and it's not a very long straightaway, and that's why we saw about 6 or 7 cars kind of pile in after the fact. Dean Tate, Andrew, thanks for tuning in. Irina Sayre, welcome to the stream. Chris Davis. Somewhere Ricky Stenhouse is smiling. Oh, jeez. Chat's on it today. You guys have been pretty funny today. Making this stream very lighthearted. Well, we had a track blocking wreck in the first 2 races of the Chicago street race right around turn 11, and this one was in between turns 10 and 11. I didn't think it was going to be on lap 3, but it was. And a red flag. The wall shifted on the outside of turn 10, the exit of the corner, which would have been the second wall Hocevar hit after he clipped the inside wall. Hit at a pretty hard angle. So the safety crew's going to have to move that wall back in place. So even if the track wasn't necessarily blocked, they were going to have a red flag for that repair. I'd assume everybody's probably stopped on that long straight between turns 5 and 6.
The race to know-how, presented by Napa Auto Parts. What do you have for us here, Steve?
Well, I'll go
Oh,
first.
you're gonna jump
Actually,
in.
yeah, Steve will go next. I'm going to tell you the easy one because we just saw a great example of
That's
it.
right, yeah.
Walls everywhere.
Did you make this during the break, after the wreck, or before?
Well, this was something I was really concerned with after what we saw in practice and qualifying yesterday. There's nowhere to escape when you make a mistake. There's no sand traps or runoff, any kind of a little slip up or misjudgment, and you're going to damage your car and maybe others. Adam was trying to blame me for the walls. You can blame me for the plan. You know what you need to have? You need to have a plan. This place will be emotional. It will test you. You have to decide if you're going to pit once or twice and stick to it. But watch this again. These are 10,000-pound concrete barriers. You can only put like 2 or 3 per flatbed on a tractor trailer. And watch this car move it like it's weightless. I mean, that is
He hit hard.
unbelievable impact.
Yeah.
And then to your point there, whether there was a spotter out, Tavana was just above this exact straightaway in pre-race, talking about how hard it was to see. But your analogy of the interstate is absolutely right. No matter you're saying, like Todd Dillon is coming around the corner on the gas, all the spotter's going to let him know is, hey, man, you're going to hit him. You're going to run right into it. Like, you can't avoid it. Remember, we were riding on board, and we kind of, just snuck through that wreck. It was crazy.
But you can see in the back of that crash, Eric Jones comes flying in. He's 20 car lengths back of the wreck and still doesn't see it. And that's the mark on the wall right there from turn 10 on the interior side where the 77 made contact. We had that big crash early in Atlanta last week, and it had an enormous impact on the in-season challenge bracket. Today we're going to have that as well. We're going to draw lines.
Let's go right through the air. Let's advance. Go ahead and advance the Reddit car.
Ironically, both those drivers qualified up front, but it's Hocevar who collects himself early. You want to?
Ty Dillon moves on again.
So that's what I'm giving. I'm not ready to move it forward. That's what I'm going to still give a question mark because I think Brad might be able to fix it, and there's still some walls to hit.
Brad got out of his car though.
If he eliminates Brad, we'll never be able. Bamba won't even be able to come next week to Sonoma because we'll never hear the anthem. He's riding this Ty Dillon train.
It would appear that Reddick now going to move on and not just move on in the in-season bracket, but he's someone that we feel like can go out and win this race.
Oh.
Day. Look at that. Wow.
We're breaking stuff everywhere.
Yeah, they just don't have that car up off the ground. And the tires are trying to turn while it's trying to be carried forward.
So just to update the rules, this car will go to the garage, and they do have this opportunity to repair it. There's not a limit on time. There is a limit on what you can change, though, right? I'm not going to bore you with the list, but there's parts and pieces, certain specific suspension parts can be changed. If the chassis is damaged, if anything in the safety has been compromised, or certain suspension parts, they won't repair it. So I was moving Reddick forward in the bracket, but until he's officially ruled out, Marty, I'm not sure we can do it.
See, we talked about Chris Buescher and one of the drivers above the cut line, but without a win so far in 2025, trying to make the playoffs. But before that caution came out, maybe an issue on the 17. Listen to the radio.
Got it all. The late last winter, he started after first last year. Both years down the turn forward, it just walked forward.
So, Steve, Chris Buescher talking about the car losing power, and then it came back, but now they sit under the red flag conditions. Roush Yates officials are here with Scott Graves, kind of discussing what it could possibly be. So how concerned are you if you're Scott Graves for your driver? I mean, 3 laps into the race, and he's already saying there's a missing issue with the engine.
Concern is absolutely. I mean, my nerves are high. My anxiety is very high. What they will do is the digital dash. It kind of looks like a readout in your car. Much like your car at home that has like the service pages. He'll be able to go through multiple pages on this dash once the car runs, and he'll be reading a bunch of codes that'll make no sense to us, but the engine group will read those codes and decide maybe it's something you come down pit road and check on, but running fifth. And, if there's nothing you can fix, you just don't need a pit at this point.
Tough start for RFK. Brad's involved in the crash. Question marks on the situation for Chris Buescher. Right here with Cody Ware. The Arby's machine. Look at this. Just easing over there and driving through, trying to keep that number 51 clean. We're coming back here. Well, Chicago.
Wonder how long this red flag is going to carry on for. I'll keep an eye on the weather. Again, thunderstorm showers are possible after 3 p.m. Eastern. I guess, no, it would have been 3 p.m. local time. Not Eastern. For Chicago, Illinois. Now it's saying rain likely around 3:45. Central. So we still have about 2 hours until potential looming rain. It's not a long race. I mean, if they get things going quickly, we'll see. Matthew Dorter Bruno, thanks for tuning in. Isaac Hurtado, thanks for tuning in as well. Yeah, we haven't really seen wrecked vests with the Chicago Street Race the first, 3 years now. Yesterday's race, I wouldn't even consider a wreck fest. We had 5 cautions per incident in a 50-lap race, but it wasn't anything, too out of the ordinary. They were pretty much all single-car incidences. Track blocking wreck, which we've seen now 3 years in a row with the Cup Series at least once. It's been down in turn 11. Happens on lap 3 this year. And it started with, one of the younger, more brash and aggressive drivers, Carson Hocevar. Cooler heads will probably prevail here. Patience is a virtue, even in a short race.
TNT is brought to you by Bresttree. Visit us at Bresttree.com. Arby's, we have the meats. And by Straight Talk Wireless, real unlimited data for fans of fast, official partner of NASCAR. Early red flag here at Chicago. Eliminating some really good drivers, and we'll get more from pit road in a moment. First, we remind you of this. DraftKings Sportsbook is your home for live betting, and new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app and use the promo code SPEED when you sign up. Let's go to Danielle.
The 12th car of Ryan Blaney, Adam, right now is being scored 12th. His crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, relaying to Ryan Blaney that it looked like he hit the 38 pretty square and no reason to think it offset the toe link. Will not pit when it opens and will monitor during the next run. How about 2 spots behind him? John Hunter Nemechek, his crew chief, Travis Mack, told his driver this morning, just stay out of trouble. If you do that, we'll beat half the field.
Hey, sticking to the plan. We talked about this, right? If you don't have damage, as much as you would love to come in and double check it, you just really can't give up spots.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of cars, though, that did flat spot tires and so forth, trying to stop for that wreck. And I want to talk to one of them, actually, Eric Jones, and see if we can get a hold of him here. Eric Jones, Dale Jr. in the booth. You got us?
I got it.
Man, we saw you trying to drive up on that crash. It looked like you were as surprised as everybody else to see all those cars stacked up right there. Tough place for spotters. What was your thoughts?
I mean, last second kind of heard there was a big wreck. Started trying to check up. You're going pretty quick there, and in a kind of a bad spot to slow down. It's pretty rough. So, yeah, I was glad we got checked up enough to pit. And I got kind of wedged in there, but I don't really think we got any damage. So, yeah, I don't know what happened, obviously, but sounds like they hit hard enough to move the wall. So that's pretty impressive.
Think you need to come to pit road for any flat spots or anything like that?
I don't think so. We kind of got up to speed here on the back and up through third and a little bit to fourth here. Felt okay. So I think we should be good to go.
Thanks for talking to us, buddy. Good luck. So cool. Yeah, pretty cool to be able to talk to drivers. Firing the engine up, cycling fluids, and maybe even if you're late in the race, you might be rolling the car around trying to move the brake pads or the brake rotors around a little bit so they don't get hot and warped up. But all these guys are probably just sitting here ready to get this thing started. You've had all day trying to get this race going, and now here we are just a lap or so in and sitting under a red flag.
Let's hear Tyler Reddick audio.
77. Oh, that's your Brian challenge, buddy. I forgot about that. He's out. And I'm sure they'll work. I don't know if they can. The right side will just that was completely gone.
You know, they say that they don't think of the bracket.
No, I'm looking at it. Try me a second.
By the way, let's go back to Marty.
Adam, further update on Chris Buescher, who sits in 5th. Here was a conversation between he and his crew chief, Scott Graves, moments ago.
I mean, it's not going to go away. We're going to have to come in and look at it. And you know, what we can figure out is get the information to us to at least help us figure out which side to look at or start looking at first. So if I get here, right, down to 11, you'll fit right then. I get it. Here we fit.
So, Steve, here's the deal. They are telling him to get as much information as he can once the car refires. Go through that menu you talked about, right, to get Scott as much information as he can. Then they'll bring him down pit road. You see all the Roush Yates folks back here, the engine folks, trying to get something ready to fix this for Chris Buescher. But obviously, this is a very precarious situation for the 17 team, a team above the cut line without a win, who had high expectations today, but an early engine issue could put them in peril for the rest of the day.
And Marty, I have to ask, we talk about how difficult this place is with the walls, but just the roughness of the surface. Braking, gearboxes, even engines. I mean, Denny with a half a lap, so I'm not going to put that on the 11 cars engine. The rest of all of these issues we're hearing, is it just because it's rough? It's city streets, just physically beating these cars up, causing them to fail. Outside of warranty, for sure, too. That's the problem, Adam. Your warranty expired when you unloaded.
We only got 3 laps into this thing and under the red flag for a crash coming off of turn 10. Hopefully, we're back under yellow and racing again soon in Chicago. You're watching the Grant Park 165 on TNT.
And right as they're cutting the commercial break, red flag has just been lifted, so we are back under caution flag conditions now. Michael McDowell, again, our race leader under this first yellow of the day. Shane Van Gisbergen in second. Michael McDowell got to the lead. The initial start through turns 1 and 2. Led the first 3 laps, then the caution came out. Currently on lap 4 right now in stage 1. As of the red flag, and now again the red flag has just been lifted, so the wall repair is all done. We should get back to racing shortly. After SVG in second, Kyle Busch is third, Tyler Reddick fourth, Chris Buescher rounds out the top 5 in fifth, but he's got some issues with the car. Sounds like that team is going to be coming to pit road shortly as soon as they diagnose an issue with what side of the car the problem is on. Chase Briscoe is in sixth, seventh for Ryan Preece, Ty Gibbs 8th, Christopher Bell 9th, 10th is Joey Logano, AJ Allmendinger 11th, Ryan Blaney 12th, Ross Chastain 13th, Zane Smith 14th, John Nemechek 15th, Austin Cindric 16th, Justin Haley 17th, Josh Berry 18th, 19th for Noah Gragson, and Kyle Larson in 20th. Bubba Walls 21st, Eric Jones 22nd, Alex Bowman 23rd, Austin Hill 24th, and Josh Bilicki 25th. 26th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Chase Elliott 27th, Cody Ware 28th, Ty Dillon 29th, Denny Hamlin in 30th, Catherine Legg 31st, Cole Custer 32nd, Riley Herbst 33rd, Daniel Suarez is 34th. Suarez was caught up in the incident, same for Herbst, but they didn't pull into the garage following the incident. As for Carson Hocevar, Austin Dillon, Brad Keselowski, Todd Gilliland, Will Brown, they were all in the garage. William Byron is in 40th, behind all those guys that DNF because of the crash. The lap before that, he came onto pit road with some sort of a mechanical issue. He had his crash in practice yesterday, so he wasn't able to have an extended practice period. Never was able to really get another chance to get the car back on the track following the repairs, so it seems like there are still problems there, unfortunately, for the 20th at the front of the field as they were coming to get the green. And very slow, made it around for about a lap or two and then pulled into the pits. If he's able to get the car repaired and get back out there, he can pass quite a few drivers for position, which is crucial points because he is our current points leader trying to go for that regular season title. Might be some damage on the 41 of Cole Custer. They're underneath the hood of his car. He was one of those cars that was braking to try to miss the incident. Might have clipped another car. Maybe have to change the brakes. How hard some of these guys locked them up. He used quite a bit of them. Herbst has made his way back to pit road again. He's got quite a bit of damage. Caught up in the wreck. Same for Suarez. Huge hole in the nose for the 99 of Suarez. The bad luck season continues for Daniel as his crew goes to work on his car on pit road. So again, back to caution flag conditions. We're going to have less than 15 laps to go in stage 1 when we do get back to racing here.
Back here in Chicago, where yesterday we recognized some local heroes from right around the Windy City.
Yesterday, honorees from the Chicago Fire and Police Departments, the Chicago Department of Streets and Sanitation, and the Office of Emergency Management Communications were celebrated as hometown heroes by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. During the Loop 110 NASCAR Xfinity Series race, these individuals were recognized for serving the city with dedication and professionalism. Each honoree had their name emblazoned on the deck lids of pace cars used in today's race. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, founding partner of the NASCAR Chicago Street Race, salutes these hometown heroes that help make the city of Chicago so special.
Great day yesterday in Chicago, and wonderful to see those folks getting recognized. And we appreciate all the support they've offered us this weekend as we make our third trip here to race NASCAR on the streets of Chicago. Cup Series today, Xfinity cars yesterday. Red flag lifted, 14 minutes, 42 seconds officially there. So we're back under caution and evaluating what everybody needs here. A thought to strategy, and also talk about those cars that maybe had some damage, flat spotted their tires. Won't they fit? Won't they fit? All those questions going to be answered.
Leaders coming around turn 11 down the short chute to the final turn on the pit road. There are a lot of cars I saw locking up tires that will need to come to pit road just to change tires, maybe evaluate a little bit of damage in the back half of the field.
Chris Buescher among those that will make a pit stop, Marty.
As predicted, Adam, here comes Chris Buescher down pit road. See, they have no information. That's the biggest point that Scott Graves is kind of dealing with right now, other than Buescher saying it's backfiring and it's running rough. So what's going to happen, he's going to come in, he's going to shut the engine off, and you're going to see a Roush Yates person go under the hood and then also get the ECU out of this car seat. They feel like if they can get that ECU information, that will be their best point to know where they can go from here. So it's really, as much as anything, it's not running well, but they just don't have the information to even know where to start to get this fixed for the 17 team. But again, engine shut off for Chris Buescher, who gives up fifth to come down pit road.
ECU, engine control unit. It's on the dash, kind of in the center. You see one crew member on the inside. You see another guy on the outside. There's the other ECU getting ready to go in. It's held in with two quick disconnects with the electronics, and then it actually has kind of 4 posts it sits on, each with some guys use bolts, some guys use nuts on like a stud that it can sit down on. You have the gentleman in the black fire suit. He's under the hood, maybe checking plug wires and some other things. The real work is happening inside the car. Car can't be running, as Marty pointed out, to make this change. The real key is plug the new one in. If that doesn't fix the issue, okay. But then you can take the one that you removed, plug it into your computer. It's kind of like taking your car to the dealership. You're not allowed to plug in on pit roads. You can't download the information on pit road, but you can take that ECU that you removed back, plug it in your computer, and see what type of codes it has. It's kind of like, hey, it's not your 1972 pickup anymore. You're not going to work on it yourself. The computer's going to try to tell you what's wrong. This team just hopes it's something they can actually repair.
You got those drivers that were involved in the crash. And then you got some drivers that came down pit road. So there's going to be a cycle of track position here for some of those that started in the rear as we do the choose.
Yeah, the choose is on the back straightaway before turn 6. Drivers all trying to position themselves where they think they maybe take the best advantage on these restarts. And on the front row there, we have the 88 with the 71. Of McDowell. And McDowell's on the inside, as you'll see. The control car is always going to pick that inside line, as we mentioned at the top of the show, because he'll get the launch first and bend around the shortest distance in turn 12 to hopefully give him that car length or more that he needs to clear second place and sort of start defending down into turn 1.
All right, coming up on the restart here, going to have about 14 laps to go in stage 1. Shane Van Gisbergen and Michael McDowell front row. Inverse of how they started the race when SVG was on the pole. So Van Gisbergen now going to have the outside lane for the restart zone. McDowell on the inside. McDowell got the lead on the outside the last time. We'll see if SVG can do it this time. Green flag back in the air. McDowell clear at the start-finish line. And Gisbergen already kind of pulling out of line. Going to look to try to arc the corner off a little bit better than McDowell into the first turn. Ryan Priest dive bombs to the inside of Chase Briscoe into turn 1. But now he's going to be on the outside into turn 2. That battle is the first side-by-side battle on track, and that is for 5th. Briscoe and Priest still door-to-door, as well as many other cars further back in the field. Beginning of lap number 7. Ty Gibbs out of line trying to make a pass on Ryan Preece, who was not able to keep up with Chase Briscoe in the long straight between turns 3 and 4. Inside lane for both 4 and 5 for Gibbs, so he's able to clear. And that moves Ty Gibbs now up to 6th place. With the Chris Buescher pit, picked up another spot. And Carson Hocevar, along with Austin Dillon, were actually running in front of Gibbs before they started the last incident. So a few freebie spots for Ty Gibbs on top of the one pass he just made on the restart. Christopher Bell trying to follow the 54 and his teammate to get through past Ryan Preece. Preece closes the door on him. And a battle for 7th through turns 7 and 8. Now around the fountain into 9. Preece extends his gap just a bit over the 20. Lead is just under half a second right now for Michael McDowell over Shane Van Gisbergen. Kyle Busch 1.5 seconds off the lead in 3rd. Tyler Reddick 2.2 seconds off the lead in 4th. Chase Briscoe 3 seconds off the lead in 5th. That's the top 5, the interval between those positions. Van Gisbergen, wider entry into turn 2. Apex a lot better than that of the 71 of Michael McDowell. Now he's going to try to utilize the draft in this long, fast portion of the track around the bend in turn 3. Breaking into turn 4, back-to-back right-handers. Closes through 4 into 5, all over the back of the 71, but McDowell wins the race back to the throttle. SVG not really utilizing the draft this time on the long straightaway between turns 5 and 6. Staying as wide as he can be. McDowell gapped him just a little bit again. Van Gisbergen in the Xfinity race yesterday noticeably quicker than everybody else in turns 7 through 12 on the back half of the racetrack, so we'll see if he can close the gap again. Through turn 7, seems like his car was rolling over the bumps a bit better than the 71 in the first couple of corners on the back half of the track. Zigzagging turns through 9 and 10. Turn 11, he's able to not necessarily run as close to the wall at exit of corner. Not sure if that's because his car is too tight or he's being more conservative with when to get back in the gas, and McDowell maybe overdriving it just a bit to try to keep the lead.
We haven't seen really anyone be able to match the lap time or bend the lap time of that 88.
As the field comes through, I'm going to point out 23 above the wall is up 19 positions. There it is, the McDonald's hood chasing Larson. That's really impressive. You talked about it, had that emotional week a couple weeks ago, poking over the car, wouldn't even fire for qualifying. Then he comes here, it's great practice, and he doesn't get the lap he wants in qualifying. Well, he's quickly recovering at a track where we think it's difficult to find spots. He has done the best of anyone in the field.
He's got the right number in Chicago.
Absolutely.
23. Repping the boss man. But you got company right now. Cindric is there. What's happening with the 23 Green Valley?
I think his crew chief Charles Denight told me, look, we have to have the driver find us spots early on in this race. When you're starting so far in back, there's only so much track position you can strategize. So right now, through these cautions, crash avoidance, everyone pitting, Bubba's getting some of that track position. He's got to do the rest, according to his crew chief. Find some of those spots right now.
That good speed in practice. So the car has the pace. Right now, he's getting a lot of pressure, as you said, Steve, to Cindric in the
early on in this race, when you're starting so far in back, there's only so much track position you can strategize. So right now, through these cautions, crash avoidance,
Kind of reminded me a bit. I'll have to catch up during the commercial.
according to his crew chief, find some of those spots right now.
that good speed in practice. So the car has the pace. Right now, he's getting a lot of pressure, as you said, Steve, to Cindric in the 2. Cindric didn't qualify as well as he had expected. They didn't have the speed. I'm sure they made changes in this Mincy car, and Cindric wants to prove it out.
So can I just, my question is, if you're Cindric, I know you're trying to pass, but can I also just distract you? Can I just get close enough to you that you're in your mirror a little bit more than you should? You already told me how difficult it was to stay out of the wall. Can I just kind of be like, you know, that just irritation back there that forces you into a mistake?
You can even give him a little contact in the corner, even though you know you're not hitting him hard enough to get him out of shape. Just the reminder that you're there. and that you're going to be a nuisance, right, will really get in the back of a driver's mind and maybe have them push a little too hard, or even just say, hey, I'm going to give up the spot. Like, you're too much of a problem, and it's too early in the race.
In-season challenge, 23, Bubba Wallace facing off with the 48 of Alex Bowman, last year's winner here in Chicago. It's in your pylon. You see the matchup. Trying to advance to the round of 8, both coming from last week's opening round to today's round of 16.
But two, Cindric gets in the wall a little bit there, coming out of turn 5. Little contact to the left side of that car, and now the 48's challenging down in turn 6.
Talk about pestering the car in front of you, forcing him into a mistake. We could be seeing that at the front of the field right now. McDowell leading. First time he's led laps in Chicago, but Van Gisbergen right there.
Under this.
Side-by-side commercial break on TNT. We'll go through the full field running order rundown halfway through stage 1. Michael McDowell is our race leader. Shane Van Gisbergen in second. Kyle Busch third. Tyler Reddick fourth. Chase Briscoe rounds out the top 5 in pits. 6 is Ty Gibbs. Ryan Preece 7th. Christopher Bell 8th. AJ Allmendinger in 9th. And Joey Logano rounds out the top 10. Ross Chastain in 11th. Ryan Blaney 12th. Zane Smith 13th. Josh Berry 14th. And John Hunter Nemechek 15th. 16th for Justin Haley. Kyle Larson 17th. Bubba Wallace 18th. Austin Cindric 19th, and 20th is Alex Bowman. Austin Hill 21st, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 22nd, Denny Hamlin 23rd, 24th for Eric Jones and Chase Elliott 25th. 26th is Noah Gragson, Josh Bilicki 27th, 28th is Ty Dillon, Cody Ware 29th, Catherine Legg 30th. 31st, Daniel Suarez, Riley Herbst 32nd, Cole Custer 33rd, Chris Buescher 34th, Carson Hocevar 35th. Everybody from Hocevar 35th on back out of the race right now. So after Hocevar at 35th, you got Austin Dillon scored 36th from the crash, Brad Keselowski 37th, Todd Gilliland 38th, Will Brown 39th, and William Byron 40th. McDowell's lead's only 0.3 of a second over Shane Van Gisbergen, who has closed to within a little less than a car length and a half to the back bumper of our current leader. And they're over 3.5 seconds ahead of third place Kyle Busch, 5 seconds back to the 4th place car of Tyler Reddick. So that is the full field running order. We'll take our first break of the stream. You're listening live on KRC to the Grand Park 165 in downtown Chicago. It's amazing the pace that Michael McDowell has. We haven't really seen many drivers be able to compete with Shane Van Gisbergen on the speed side of things, but he's impressed from the get-go. In qualifying yesterday, Van Gisbergen had the pole over Michael McDowell by about 0.6 of a second for one lap. So you'd have to imagine SVG's probably got a little bit more in the tank than what he has right now. But already these two are growing much quicker than everybody else in the field. If you get Ty Gibbs some track position, I feel like he could contend as well. Christopher Bell, who won at COTA, finished 2nd in Mexico City, is running in 8th. That's another driver who I think at least can contend for a win under a late race restart situation, but at the very least maybe compete for a solid finish yet again today as well. McDowell winless on the season, looking to pull off an upset, a season in which we've had quite a few winners. We've had 8 different drivers win in the last 8 races throughout this NASCAR Cup Series season, which is why we've already extended to 12 different winners on the year, despite only having 18 races so far in the year.
The NASCAR Cup Series racing front 2 have been very competitive. Michael McDowell leading in the 71. Shane Van Gisbergen 2nd in the 88. Let's get an update from that 71 team. Here's Danielle.
Don't even look at how hard that was with SVG stalking him under half a second down. Michael just Marty.
SVG said he's lacking just a little bit of lateral grip when compared to the 71. It feels like it's kind of rolling over on the front. Steve, we're coming to the end of stage number 1 right here. 8 to go in that stage. And I talked to Stephen Doran, SVG's crew chief, this morning, and he said, listen, we know our strengths, we know our weaknesses. This is a place, now that we're in the playoffs, that we know we can get a playoff point if SVG can get to the front and possibly win a stage. So if they get the lead, Steve, A lot of teams will pit with maybe 2 or 3 to go in stage one. I think the 88, if they can get the lead, would not pit. They would take that playoff point instead. What do you think about that, Paul?
Well, so to Marty's point, there's really two schools of thought. If you pit twice, you'll pit like 3 to go in stage one, 3 to go in stage two, not at all in the final stage. The option to only pit once, when there's about 5 laps to go in the second stage, which means you would finish this stage out, score those points. If you win, you get that playoff point, which is what they're debating for this 88, which, by the way, isn't leading. He's still behind the 71. I like stopping twice. I think you have fresher tires. The other negative about only stopping once is you're going to need 20 gallons of Sunoco fuel. You will sit in your pit box forever. I think you'll lose too much track time. But the decision is about lap 17, so 3 away. We'll see what they all do.
McDowell
I think not leading
scraped the
might
wall.
change the 88, right? The 71, I think he's got to, he still needs that win. He needs that win to make the playoffs.
Oh, the 48's backwards in turn 12 right now. And wonder if it's over something that happened here to replay the 2 and the 48 getting together. More contact right there.
They've been racing together for a while. That battle right behind Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, but then the 48. Yeah, the 48 spun out again. This is how that happens. So down into this corner, this is with the 2. That's the contact that we just saw earlier. It was just on board with the previous replay.
Look at these two.
Bowman back to 26 now in the running order.
So here's a spin right here. Looked like maybe Austin Hill got in the back of him. I'm not sure. I don't want to blame Austin for that one, but
close. It was in proximity. Oh,
no, he just lost it.
Oh, see, your hesitation. You were absolutely.
I'm glad you shot baked on that. You know what I mean?
Austin Hill, no, just kidding. On his own. Hey, Mama told us it's slick. You and I were just down there before the race.
Well, you wonder if he might have been just, trying to get back to the 2 after that contact. Felt like it all considered may have been too aggressive and roughed him up a little bit there, and he's just trying to get back to it. And it looks like, well, that shot right there, McDowell still holding a comfortable lead, 1 second over Shane. And I was expecting Shane to maybe close the gap, put the pressure on late in the run, because the way Shane drives the car, I believe, takes better care of the rear tire.
Yeah.
Allows him to have a little bit better long run speed than most people. But McDowell is no rollover, no easy out in the road course world.
So let's update Chris Buescher. 34th right now, 1 lap down. What's the latest there, Marty?
It's no better, Adam. They are 2 seconds, a good 2 seconds off the pace. And Scott Graves told Chris Buescher it is something internal in the engine and nothing that we can fix today. Man, they came in 52 above the cut line. Felt like they had a top 5 car in practice yesterday, but we're going to have to watch that cut line, Adam, all day long. Already, he's only plus 12 above the cut line. It will be a big points loss today here in Chicago for Chris Buescher.
I don't know if they were 2 seconds off just because they know what caution's coming, but just listen to this 17 when it comes by. It does not sound good. I mean, it steps. I mean, it just misses, and it's not up the full song at all.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a traditional next-gen car.
Marty references the points. So he comes in, and as Marty said, 52 to the good. But it's like a double issue for them now, because not only are you not running well, but you got someone from below the cut line and Michael McDowell that's leading this race. So, I mean, they've been saying forever in their camp, we got to win to ensure our spot.
The worry for me would be if it's a valve train issue, valve spring, something that could continue to do damage and eventually break the engine altogether, where you lose even a few more spots. So actually where he is now, there's only one other car off the racetrack to be able to get out the racetrack and go by him, but he doesn't, he wants to stay on the racetrack. If you can't fix this issue, maybe pick up a few more spots from people that have more attrition today. You hope the thing can stay together.
Yeah, they don't normally fix themselves.
No.
This guy carrying the torch for RFK right now, Ryan Priest, on board riding 7th behind Ty Gibbs. We came in 23 below the cut line.
That's it. Look at how he's able to get in the gas right there and gain. Even though he was offset on corner entry, not really taking the best line. But now the Fitzwater's just going to let him have it. Here, just put the pressure on, and Ty Gibbs said enough is enough. But the 60 was offset, offline, into the braking zone, and still beat him on corner exit and throttle. So that's really nice for that 60 car run here. Love to hear that. It's the best thing you can tell your driver after a pass, especially for the lead. Hopefully, Priest is battling up there up front for this win later in the race. He's got some really good speed in this car, and we saw a little bit of that speed at Mexico City. And
You know, the big thing for them is finish. And when you consider where they've been this year, they've been doing some really positive things. 12 is in for a pit stop, Danielle.
White Lady says everything mechanical feels all right. Got minor damage in that last accident with Carson Hocevar. Steering and brakes all normal. Nice stop for the 12.
5 as well for Larson. This is a lap before I expected. Maybe people thought that a caution could close pit road. So as these guys are on pit road, we can take a look at the rest of the field. They're on the backside right now, but coming back around, the leaders will probably stay on the racetrack. They can run one more time. You see right here, a pretty clean pit stop on the 5, Marty.
Yeah, clean pit stop for the 5 car who started at the back today. They also have had a starter issue on the 5 car. It only presented a problem after that red flag, but so far so good for Kyle Larson, just trying to gain some spots from the back of the field.
And this is where pit road is going to get very, very, very busy. The goal, if you're going to stop twice, is to stop before the caution comes out. We know one is just a few laps away. Pit road closes when the leaders take the start-finish line with 2 to go. So as we kind of take a peek on pit road entry and turn 12, and the leaders will have a good idea of who does what. I think McDowell and 88, it's a tough situation because they may stay out to basically try to win the stage. So I think they're going to come in sight right here underneath us. And then the real quick, there you go, 54, 20. It is going to be busy. They're all going to come down pit road. It's going to be busy. We're going to have 8, 10, 12. The majority of the field, I believe, is going to pit, Alan.
Yeah, the 54, Ty Gibbs is one of them. He started this race about 10th. They had a lot of expectations on him. Too tight everywhere, though. Lacking a lot of front turn. Same issues he was having yesterday in qualifying.
Alan Christopher Bell made his way up through the field, gaining some spots. He said his rear grip was infinitely better today. Yesterday, also a lot cooler today as well. So early in stage 1, 3 to go here in the stage. The Gibbs teammates leaving pit road now.
They came down, gave up that spot inside the top 10. There were 3 Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas inside the top 10 for a good portion of this first stage. Chase Briscoe still there in the top 5.
Now, if you were the crew chief, you heard Marty talk about the decision. Do you pit or do you not pit? I will tell you, you just watched 25 cars come to pit road. If you stay out, you are going to start outside the top 20. That could be a death sentence in traffic. You see on the bottom left, Bell with a speeding penalty. That also is a huge challenge for the 20. What's 71 do? Stays out. 88, I bet he pits. He absolutely pits that right here. Counter. Advantage, SVG. He won't win the stage. He won't score the points. But he is going to be in a great situation track position-wise. I love the call by the ADA. You see just how slow this pit road is.
So much of strategy is reactionary. I know you talk about having a plan, but sometimes getting off kilter with those around you is the way to go. 88 is in for their stop, Marty.
Adam, I think Steve laid it out perfectly earlier. They've been in the lead. Stephen Doran would have said, hey, we'll take that playoff point, but they can never get to McDowell. In fact, SVG at one point said, he has so much more lateral grip than I'm off the corner. I just cannot get to him. So 4 fresh Goodyear tires here. Anything is working, and we'll see how that pays off in stage 2.
I go back to that speeding penalty for Bell. Those are the kinds of things you can't afford because it just traps you deeper than you would already be. Now we check in on the 71. Here's team radio, Michael McDowell.
Sounds to me like they may not even fit at the end of the stage, jump onto a one-stop strategy. So you look right here, 71's going to probably win the stage in a couple more laps. The 8 of Bush, Reddick, Briscoe, Freeze, Chastain, Nemechek. All these guys are committed. You can't hit at this point. SVG rejoined the 10th. You want to talk about having a pretty big gap to the field?
Yeah.
He pitted. He's already in 10th with fresh tires. That radio on the 71 is more like, I think at this point we aren't going to pit. We're going to only pit one time, a little bit later in the next stage. We'll see what they do. It's a road trip. We left one city, we're driving in the other, then we want to stop once. I like to stop twice. I like to stretch my legs. Adam, I like to stop a couple times.
I like when you can flip the stage and still get stage points.
Yeah,
That's an exclamation point.
I've never had that ability. Sounds amazing to be that fast.
Well, I think the idea was with this tire, they didn't run this tire here last year. They wondered what the fall off might be like right in the race. We saw a lot of fall off. And Coda, enough pace in these cars late in the run to be able to try to do this one-stop strategy. And even though they'll, maybe at a tire deficit late in the race, they think they got the speed to hold off all the cars that will have the tire advantage.
The length of this race really does change the conversation in the garage prior, because a lot of times it's just wide open on what you can see. Not as many options when it comes to racing here in Chicago, just because of the length of the race and the ability, as we talk about, to do it on one stop.
We talk strategy and all that. I wonder, though, if I'm overlooking what McDowell just did. SVG's dominant all weekend long. Everything has been SVG. And he just passed him up start and just wouldn't let it by and just outperformed him for a whole stint. Like, this is the first little bit of weakness we have seen out of SVG.
Put the green and white checkered flag in the air. It's for Michael McDowell. 4th career stage win for him. And the 3rd time he's done it on a road course. Leads wire to wire in the first stint of the race after starting on the front row. Rest of the top 5, Busch, Reddick, Briscoe, and Priest getting really good points. Now what do? Stage is over. Do you pit, stay out, continue?
All right, so Michael McDowell wins stage 1, kind of coasting those last couple laps. He had about 9.5 seconds over Kyle Busch, who ended up second in the stage. SVG, who was in second the entire race behind McDowell to this point, hit pit road, and he will be the front runners of those that have 4 fresh tires. We'll see how many drivers will stay out and try to go for a 1 pit stop strategy versus the drivers who have already pitted before the end of stage 1 on a 2-stop strategy. Behind Kyle Busch in second at the end of stage 1, Tyler Reddick was 3rd, Chase Briscoe 4th, Ryan Preece rounds out the top 5 in 5th, and Ross Chastain was 6th, John Hunter Nemechek 7th, Zane Smith 8th, Austin Hill 9th, and Noah Gragson rounds out the top 10. So 1 stage point per position, playoff point for Michael McDowell if he does qualify for the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. First stage win of the year for McDowell. Coming into the race today, he's led 43 laps, and he's already led more than half of that in today's race. He's led every lap from the start, 21 of them to this point. Godzilla Legendary 2078, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, not surprised to see McDowell at the front. I think just the biggest surprising thing is because SVG has been so dominant between Mexico City and all the way through the weekend so far in Chicago. That's the surprising thing here. Because again, even in qualifying yesterday, Michael McDowell, although he qualified second, was 0.6 off of SVG's time on that qualifying time trial effort. I didn't say anything about this race being a horrible race. I just said as far as speed goes, I think it's a 2-car race for the win today between McDowell and SVG. Ultra rating strategies is going to be interesting to see how this pans out for the both of them, but I don't think anybody else has the pace that these two have. Calamity can strike at any corner, especially the restart. We're going to have at least 2 more with the stage 1 break that we currently have, and then obviously stage 2 will end at lap 40. Nobody can make it off field to the end from here.
All right, that's a great look into the plan. So that tells me the 71's not going to pit here. I'm assuming the 8, the 45, most of the cars that chose not to pit are going to do the same thing. Get into our window. 54 laps to go in the race. We figure they can run about 36 laps. But remember, these yellow they're almost 2.5 to 1. You're not using a lot of gas. Like instead of a sprint, you're walking, right? You're not burning a whole lot. So these guys are saving gas right here, trying to run as far as they can. I think they're going to try to get to like lap probably. Well, if you get to lap 40, you know you can make it. 75 lap race at 35 from the end. So I really think this is an interesting situation. The negative is the tires a little bit older. Marty, I don't think the tires hurt them as much. But when they do pit, they're going to need a lot of fuel, so their pit stop will be long. We'll just have to see how that plays out.
Tyler Reddick sitting in third. He'll be one of those that stays out. Steve, they will not come down pit road. So I think it's everything that you just talked about. They are a little concerned about tire wear. Billy Scott asked him, do you think the tires could make it another stint? He said the fronts are going away, but I think we would be fine. The other factor in all this, Steve, is that they are looking at the radar. There is rain not too terribly far away from Chicago, so you would rather not have made your pit stop at that point if there's a possibility of going to wets later in the race.
I think that what we saw at Coda was the tire held on really well and then just fell off a cliff. That would be my concern.
Yes.
We're seeing good lap times, but you know, if you're trying to get to 35, 40, what if the tire quits at 30? What if, you know, then you're bleeding a ton of time? That would be the only worry.
I tell you, my concern, that's my first. My second, and perhaps bigger concern, is if we get a yellow a few laps before you have to pit, and the field gets, you know, pushed back together, and then you pit under green, and you sit there for 16 seconds filling up your gas tank while everybody else is on the racetrack, you're going to lose 10 spots just in the pit cycle. So, you know, I think it's a good idea for, say, Priest, Chastain, but McDowell had track position.
Yeah. Well, if I'm McDowell, I'm just looking at Shane Van.
And you're racing one guy.
I'm racing one guy.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, all right, if he drives to me and then by me, and then I'm bleeding a lot of time on old tires at the end of this stint, you know, a couple of guys think.
Little head fake.
Yeah, a little fake. Here comes a few.
Same spin, top 10, same for
So
Noah Gragson.
So they're the last two on tires. So now Dale's point about tires aging. Who's going to hurt the worst is the first guy with new tires behind it. I think Zane did just what you said, Dale. He looked in the mirror. He saw all those fresh tires. He goes, man, this is not going to go good. I'm not sure I can hold them off. And you can get put in the wall pretty easy as these guys with new tires are coming by and putting in really bad spots.
That's right.
I like, though, and you guys talk about the battle here, and then the two guys we've been focused on, Michael McDowell, Shane Van Gisbergen. I like the buffer on the restart between McDowell and Van Gisbergen and the room that he has to play in here. The big question, as you said, Steve, when you make that pit stop, how long do you have to sit for fuel, Marty?
Yes, this is the same Christopher Bell who pitted early and flipped the stage in stage one, but coming back down here because remember they got that speeding penalty that you mentioned, Adam. They're going to do a couple things here, put some new Goodyear tires on. Also, see they had some tape over some brake ducts at the front. They're going to remove that tape for Christopher Bell as well. But when you get a speeding penalty, sometimes as a crew chief, Steve, it forces your hand.
You better open those brake ducts up. Christopher Bell's going to be busy back here in traffic.
Lineup shuffled as we get ready for stage two. Michael McDowell leads.
I mean, honestly, a two-car, to kind of allude to the chat going on in the chat, two cars having kind of this much of an advantage on the field by way of raw speed, I think this is where we can see just the absolute, you know, masterclass between Michael McDowell and Shane Van Gisbergen, and it's a head-to-head battle. Who is going to be better than the other? I think that itself, you know, makes this race far more entertaining than the Mexico City race where we had just one driver that was extending his lead by, you know, 15, 16 seconds at the end. And there's still a lot of other factors that can come into play with just a simple yellow flag coming out at any given time. Austin Dillon barely touched Hocevar, and he's out of the race. Hocevar literally broke the wall. Yeah, Hocevar is going to be knocked out of the race regardless. I don't think it's the dinky car that cost him. I mean, he broke the wall. That's why we were under red flag. He broke a toe link, yes, but he also smashed the wall leading into the toe link break. It wasn't necessarily a small hit by any means. Pretty much every car that was involved in that incident, they took a pretty big impact from the car behind. A lot of crunching going on with the huge locking up of the brakes. Cars at a standstill, then just getting slammed by somebody behind them, and then somebody behind them. He's talking about Dillon. Well, Dillon, no, I mean, he he barely hit Hocevar. The problem is that other cars piled in behind him a lot harder than he piled into the 77. He was just kind of sitting there and getting slammed by one car after another, and then that car would slam into him, and then he was just adding more and more damage. It wasn't the single hit with the 77, which wasn't much, as you mentioned, that knocked him out. Every car that was involved in that incident pretty much had some sort of significant damage. I think Riley Herbst is still in the race from that crash. Yeah, Herbst is still in. Same for Daniel Suarez. I'm surprised that they were able to continue, to be completely honest, considering everybody else involved in that crash is out.
Action here as we get ready for stage 2.
Well, Adam, I'm watching Chase Elliott and John Hunter Nemechek. John Hunter Nemechek qualified 25th, Elliott out back. John Hunter Nemechek inside the top 10. Chase Elliott is not, but I think we got two different strategies. The 42 on a one-stop, Chase Elliott and a 9 or a two-stop strategy.
Ty Gibbs, AJ Allmendinger, two guys that are very good road racers. I think guys you could consider a little outside, but favorites going into this race. They're on the same strategy. They've been running together all day long. They're both fierce competitors. That battle's just started. That's going to rage on.
I'm just glad that we had this update this week with these two, and it wasn't all doom and gloom about the bracket that was busted. I mean, last week, it was major disappointment for the guys on the Altcast. This week, just giving a little thought on strategy drivers to watch. I feel much better about their situation this week.
Just a couple matchups, nothing really to highlight.
Well, last week they were angry.
They were.
Because they knew they had lost.
Look at this. Look at this. With Brad officially out, this upset continues. Our man Ty Dillon has eliminated Brad K because he's retired from the event.
I think Ty Dillon's going to win this whole tournament.
It's kind of like we're officially, it's like an election day. We have called it for the radicals for a battle, and
not all precincts are reporting.
Yeah, no, we're calling this one. With 7 precincts reporting, we're giving it to Reddick over Hocevar.
Danielle, tell us about the race leader.
Michael McDowell, hard to believe, but true. The team telling Michael this is the first stage win in our organization's history. Travis Peterson, chief, also told his driver, we're going to build a lead. You have 8 cars between you and SVG. You're going to build a buffer and drive away.
They've been checking boxes over.
I didn't even realize that it's the first stage win for Spire Motorsports as a whole. They've been around for a while. 2019, I believe, was the first year that they were in the NASCAR Cup Series. Single car team at that time with just the 77. Long time coming, but they've got a shot to potentially get their first win overall as an organization. Michael McDowell putting on a masterclass so far today. Green flag is in the air. We're underway for stage 2, which is 25 laps in length. A few laps spent under yellow because of the stage caution. 3 wide into turn 1 for 3rd place. Chase Briscoe underneath of Tyler Reddick and Ryan Preece. Gets by Preece, now trying to work on Reddick. He'll be on the outside through turn 2. Shane Van Gisbergen restarted in 11th. He's going to be the first driver of those that have 4 fresh tires. We didn't see a lot of fall off yesterday in practice. Same for the race to this point. As alluded to on the broadcast by Dale Jr. and Steve Letarte during the caution, the risk is it going to be like Coda, where there wasn't a lot of tire wear until about 30 laps into the run, then they just fall off a cliff. That is something we have not seen, obviously, this weekend because of the limited amount of practice time that these teams get. Nobody made a run longer than 15 laps consecutively. So asking to go 35 laps on these tires is quite a bit as far as the durability goes, even if the speed itself is going to be there. Already a 1-second cushion, just over a half a lap into the restart for Michael McDowell over Kyle Busch. Tyler Reddick is in 3rd, Chase Briscoe 4th, Ryan Preece 5th, Ross Chastain 6th, Austin Hill in 7th, John Hunter Nemechek 8th, Ty Gibbs 9th, Shane Van Gisbergen rounds out the top 10. First lap following the restart. Again, as we begin stage 2, car around Bubba Wallace. Might have had contact from behind by the 5 of Kyle Larson. He's going to have to stay against the outside of the racetrack. That was in turn 11. And as the entire field races by, now he's able to get corrected in the right direction. No damage on the 23. He'll be able to continue, but lost the track position for sure as he was in the top half of the field and now no longer the case.
SVG has gotten around the 54 Gibbs. Yeah, but Allmendinger's got ahead of him somehow in that mix as well. Now he's on the inside of the 33 off the hill down here into turn 4. Going to take that spot away easily.
Austin Hill among the drivers yet to make a pit stop. Full time in the Xfinity Series, having a good day today inside the top 10.
So fun to watch some of these guys that are just so good. Let's see what happens to the 23. Oh boy, who's that?
Yeah, it's Larson.
Larson to the
Yeah.
inside.
I don't think he knew he was there. Yeah.
Thought he would lift or didn't know he was there.
The
Either way,
bumper cars behind him.
yeah, there's going to be a disagreement between Bubba and Larson on what exactly.
Two cars
happened. They're both
fighting
gonna
for one
agree there was
spot.
Contact, but I don't think the blame is going to be as clear.
Think about in-season challenge implications. Bubba drops to the back. Bowman, who he's competing against today, is 21st.
And that flipped right away in just one little lap, that incident. Back up toward the front in the top 10, 8th place right now. 88. Pounding AJ Allmendinger right here in the 16 car for 7th. Right ahead of him, Ross Chastain in the 1.
I don't remember the last time we did a race on a road course when we made it to stage 2. It said AJ Allmendinger was quietly performing, but he's under attack now.
He's passed pretty easily right there. 88 set that up perfectly, just really beat him through turn 1 and 2. AJ has to give up the spot as he dove to the inside of turn 2. I'm going to ask me, G gave him the hand out the window, thank you, under braking. Like he's very comfortable in this situation.
What kind of a...
Look at the down. Look at the ground he gains on the 1 car out or into 5. But he's got that tire advantage. Now what I'm really looking at is this gap, Dale. This gap right here. 4 seconds back to the leader. I mean, he's a car length behind the 1 and outbreaks him into 6, no problem. And you can't contend with that. Even on the same tire, you can't beat this.
Oh, Busch.
So 45 of Reddick gets around the 8 of Kyle Busch for 2nd.
Busch overcooked turn 7.
I figure we are a solid 12 laps from the pit window opening. So this means 12 laps for SVG to keep using these brand new Goodyears to try to make some time. Is this a passing zone? That's right there. Yeah,
Not for most.
Same area where Bubba Wallace got turned around a couple laps ago. SVG thinks better of it. He's going to set in line right here. Doesn't press the braking zone there for the 19 of Briscoe, but here he is under attack. Down into turn 1. Can he outbrake him into 1, or does he try to set this pass up for turn 2? He's going to dive to the inside right here. Briscoe knows
Easy.
there's no use in battling that. He's going to let it go, and now the 88 is headed off to try to run down Priest for 4th. Now, how much of this is new tires? How much is SVG? How much is Briscoe just knowing it's SVG conceits versus challenging the position? It's SVG, the fastest guy on the racetrack with better tires. So tough combo. Yeah, you really can't do much about that. Your spotter's telling you to, hey, you got new tires behind you. Well, because if you battle and you lose time to the 19, you hurt yourself. That's all coming through. That's all you're trying to do in that situation is let him get through really quickly so you can get back on the racing line and don't cost yourself another spot trying to race him side by side through the corner. Let him go ahead and clear you in the braking zone so you can then accelerate out of that corner and not slow yourself down.
Right-hander, Michigan Avenue.
Shane's right on the back bumper of Priest already in half a lap.
Shane owns our Xfinity fastest lap of the race. Give him some tires, put him in traffic, and say go to work, and he produces.
60 up there, clear behind it. 60 we're in there, and now he's going to take this spot in turn 12. Allmendinger, though, staying within touch. I only say that because, he's on the same plan. Like, just stay close enough to battle this out later. I know he's great, but I'm not giving away trophies yet. There's a lot of ways that, trust me, I have a whole notebook kind of loose, madam. A whole thick notebook.
And we piled up 6 cars in lap 3. So, we got a long way to go at this place, no doubt about it. So Allmendinger flashing by there. Michael McDowell in the race lead. He's led them all today. Took the green and white checkered flag in stage 1. Reddick, Busch, SVG, Priest, the top 5.
And we'll go through the rest of the running order. Lap 9 of 25 in stage 2. Lap 29 of 75 entirely in the race. Michael McDowell leads, and his gap over second place Tyler Reddick is about 1.3 seconds. 3 seconds to Kyle Busch in third, and SVG is 4.2 seconds off the lead in fourth. Ryan Preece is 5th, AJ Allmendinger in 6th. 7th is Chase Briscoe, Ross Chastain 8th, 9th for Ty Gibbs, and Joey Logano rounds out the top 10. Ryan Blaney in 11th, Austin Hill 12th, John Nemechek 13th, Kyle Larson 14th, and Josh Berry 15th. 16th for Eric Jones, Justin Haley 17th, Denny Hamlin 18th, Austin Cindric 19th, and Alex Bowman is 20th. Chase Elliott 21st, Noah Gragson 22nd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 23rd, Christopher Bell 24th, 25th for Ty Dillon. Riley Herbst 26th, Zane Smith 27th, Cody Ware 28th, Catherine Legg 29th, and 30th is Chris Buescher. Bubba Wallace in 31st, Daniel Suarez 32nd, Josh Berry 33rd, and actually Berry's got a lot of damage to the front of his car. Looks like he has crashed against the inside wall. Still under green for right now. We'll see if a caution comes out shortly as he tries to get back in the right direction. He's facing the wrong way currently. So Berry, having the incident, drops to 33rd. Cole Custer is 34th. Carson Hocevar 35th. Austin Dillon 36th. Brad Keselowski 37th. Todd Gillen 38th. 39th for Will Brown. And William Byron rounds out our 40-car field. Lap 10 of 25 at Stage 2. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live on KRC to the Chicago Street Race 2025 edition for the NASCAR Cup Series. Now Josh Berry's turned around on another area of the racetrack. What is going on? Something's got to be broken with his race car. Caution flag is going to come out this time. So caution flag is out. They've got about 45 laps to go. A couple cars are getting onto pit road right before the yellow flag actually displayed, which is a risky call. Maybe thinking the fuel window could be open to the end. Tyler Reddick is in. He hasn't pitted at all yet in the race. There were a couple other cars that got to pit road before the caution came out as well, but it was hard to tell who all came in. I think I saw Ty Gibbs come into the pits. No, Gibbs is still out on the track.
Back at Chicago, Tyler Reddick gets to pit road just as the caution comes out for Josh Berry, who spun on the racetrack. This is going to be a massive advantage for Tyler Reddick. You also see Chase Briscoe
Is it though?
leaving pit road as well. The same exact strategy James Small used at Pocono to get Briscoe that win. They pitted thinking a caution might come out because the 21 was spun on the racetrack, Adam. And guess what? It did come out, and now they could be done pitting for the rest of the day.
There were multiple cars that were able to take advantage of this right here. The 22 of Josh Berry spun out into the fence. Let's take a look at.
He's leaking a
see
lot of
exactly
fluid.
How this happened. Down into turn 7, the 43 of Eric Jones into the right rear quarter panel, spinning Josh around, and Josh makes contact with the outside wall, then nose first to the inside wall. He's unable to get the car removed from the racetrack, but he sits down in this corner for what seemed like an entire lap, Steve, which allowed a lot of teams, Bubba Wallace and others, to get to pit road before the caution comes out. A massive advantage for those cars to be able to do that while this car sat on the racetrack for at least a full minute and a half.
All I can think about is that 45 laps is just too far for the field to try.
I think so too.
Because to your point, NASCAR, and I don't love that it took this long for the yellow to come out. I thought there was more opportunity to throw this yellow. What I will agree with is they let the whole field come by pit road entry. They didn't split it. Everyone had the chance to come to pit road if you thought that was the right strategy. So few of the cars did. That tells me we're too far out. But I agree with you. Did a long time for yellow to come out. We'll see if this fuel mileage gamble pays off for the 45 and the 19.
Third caution of the day for Josh Berry. We're back in a moment. It's NASCAR on TNT.
Well, what do we have here? Caution flag is out middle of stage 2. Middle of the race, but we're not quite halfway. I'd assume outside the fuel window, with that being the case, as Steve Letarte alluded to there on the broadcast, which is why very few cars probably came onto pit road. It looked like mostly just a Toyota call there with a couple of them pitting, but not all the way around as a manufacturer because Ty Gibbs still up in the top 10. He didn't pit. Reddick and Briscoe did. And I don't know if they were the only two or if there were several others that might have come in as well. Our scoring sheet hasn't completely updated yet, so I'm not entirely sure. At least at this point. Yeah, I don't think they're going 45 laps on fuel. I mean, their next pit stop, if they go fuel only, is going to be a lot less. And at least they don't have to wait on fuel on the next stop because they haven't pitted yet in the race to this point. Both Briscoe and Reddick were on the strategy of staying out of the pits all the way through the first stage. They didn't pit before, they didn't pit during. So that was the first time they pitted the entire race. But now they're obviously well outside of the top 10 that they were running in. Reddick was in second, and now he's outside the top 25 at least. It's like Reddick is 25th, Chase Briscoe is 27th. Based on where they cycled as of the caution coming out. Yeah, I mean, even if the fresh tires have a little bit of an advantage, they're just so far pinned back in traffic. I don't expect too many cars to pit under this yellow. Because if they would have thought that they could make it on fuel to the end, they would have pitted under green moments before a potential caution and not during the yellow flag just to give that track position right back up again anyway. It's a gutsy strategy call, especially when you had a good day going for yourself like a 45 team of Tyler Reddick, who's in second, a driver who does not have a win this season. Can't afford to cough up too many points with a bad strategy call. Silent Owl Scribe, thanks for tuning in. Can Kyle Busch win today? He's definitely having a good race. He definitely doesn't have race-winning pace, but he's been up in the top 5. And, I mean, there's really only 2 guys that have race-winning pace. That's our top 2, Michael McDowell, Shane Van Gisbergen. And Michael McDowell's led every lap of the race, and SVG has been running second for all but the few laps that we had on this restart because of a different strategy call. Now he's going to have 4 tires.
Try. I've been thinking about it, but we should more lap.
This is McDowell's team
Let's
communications.
Choose to jump strategy. They do.
Okay, so McDowell's pitting.
When he's talking about are the guys that came before.
Steve, they just came on the radio. Michael McDowell just said the throttle is stuck. The throttle is stuck. They're
Ooh.
stuck at 75%.
Something I thought he was cleaning up his rear tires, but coming up over the hill, he does a burnout, which is not crazy. But then he's like up next to the pace car. I'm like, man, it just kind of failed the eye test. Take a look at this, Dale. See what you think. I mean, he should. I mean, look at the tires are smoking. He's over there to the left. Yeah, that is pretty weird. So the throttle, he's saying, is getting stuck. Watch this. Oh, he locked the fronts up right there.
Yeah.
To stop the car from. Yeah, that was wild. So now what I was going to say is I actually loved the 71 jumping on this strategy because I thought their whole one-stop thing just went away with some yellows. These things happen. But now I think it's been waiting.
Well, it looks like they believe that they had fixed whatever the issue was, but I'm not
there now.
Well, but listen, man, like there are 90-degree corners everywhere we go with very little runoff. As a race car driver, how do you feel about this?
That's my point, is that as a driver, even though maybe they've got this issue fixed, will it come back? Where will it come back? Could it come back? I'll be honest. I mean, I'm terrified as a driver, right? To be thinking that I could, have this problem reoccur at full speed.
I'm disappointed for Spire as an organization because you put 2 cars in the top 5. You lead all these laps. You win a stage for the first time. Hocevar involved in the crash, and now all the things that are going on with McDowell.
I know you say that, but if this issue's fixed, I don't hate where they are, full of fuel right here with 43 to go. Danielle, what's the update on the 71?
Talking about fuel, he said, we are full beyond max save. Michael McDowell just came on the radio and said, I hope I don't blow up here. And they said, we think we have your throttle issue fixed. You should be good.
So, look, it's not ideal, but you have an issue, you got to go to plan B. You go to plan, your flight's canceled. What do? You got to find another way. So that's what they've done right here. They've done a really nice job of working on this mechanical issue. I'm with you, Dale. I have empathy for Michael, who was going to be asked to do here in a very dangerous race course. But there are some options with 43 to go where the fuel and the cautions, potentially some rain. You don't want to turn away at this point. There's a lot going on, and it's going to get chaotic.
Listen in.
Gotta go. The throttle stuff.
So it's shut off and coasting. So he probably shut the engine off. So
Right down. Here we go. I'm gonna try to start it, but we might need to pop the hood here. Got 4 tires of fuel. You let me know what you got, and we'll be ready over. Starting the hood gun.
Talk about saving fuel. You got these caution laps. We're going to get the stage break here in 13 laps. You get another caution there. You could save some more fuel just looking ahead at their opportunities in that regard. Go inside the race with Max, home of the NASCAR driver cam presented by DraftKings Sportsbook and Straight Talk Wireless. Access every in-car camera with real-time driver data, multi-view options, and full-time team audio. Watch NASCAR driver cam all season long only on Max. I like this restart.
All right, we're going to approach a restart with 12 laps to go in Stage 2. Shane Van Gisbergen, AJ Allmendinger on the front row. Green flag in the air. A little bit of contact into the restart zone, but SVG is going to win that battle for the lead to the start-finish line and look to pull away. Battle for second will be ongoing between Busch and Allmendinger. Ryan Preece also in that battle. Preece for third underneath Kyle Busch. Should be able to get by him and does. Clear out of turn 1. Now can arc his corner off as normal in turn 2. Busch battles Ross Chastain for fourth. And Kyle Busch has the advantage down low on the bottom. Michael McDowell back on pit road again.
Stop, so they'll have a long fuel situation when they do make their pit stop.
No choice with the 71. They're going to have to look at that mechanical issue. The 54 dives inside of the 8, though. Ty Gibbs.
So more issues, it looks like, with the throttle potentially hanging on the 71 of Michael McDowell. They haven't fixed the issue during the caution flag period, so he's back on pit road under green. We'll monitor if he stays on the lead lap. As of right now, that is the case, but the hood is up on the 71 team. Kyle Busch bleeding a couple of positions away on the restart. Ryan Blaney going to get by him. Ross Chastain and Ryan Preece already having it. Busch overcooks it on the outside of turn 7. And he's going to be going to the back. Joey Logano was underneath him, but I think he just overdrove it, trying to stay in front of cars that he was getting passed by already. Oversteps the issue on a day that was going so good for him up to this point. We've seen Kyle Busch do that so many times in the last really month already, and here he is doing it again. I don't think he had contact. He was on the outside lane into turn 7. Logano was underneath him. Blaney just passed. So did Chastain, Gibbs, and Preece. He gave up a few positions before the spin. I'm curious to see if he comes down onto pit road. Now, he did have old tires because he had not pitted yet in the race. So now might be an opportunity at the tail end of the field to kind of come down onto pit road, top off real quick, get back out there, stay on the lead lap. I think they can get away with a 4-tire change if he is able to fire off quickly. He's 28 seconds off the lead right now. And the lap times that we have ran today right around 90 to 91 seconds for some of the fastest laps. Of the drivers who started at the tail end of the field in today's race, either dropping to the rear at the start or having some sort of an issue yesterday in on-track activity with crashes in practice or, for Denny Hamlin's sake, an engine failure, Kyle Larson, Alex Bowman, who both started at the rear up to 9th and 10th. Nobody else had to drop to the back at the start of the race is up inside the top 10 positions. Chase Elliott now far behind them. Same for Noah Gragson. They both started at the rear. They're 13th and 14th as well. Now the AJ Allmendinger's got a little bit of track position. He's still hanging on within a half a second of Shane Van Gisbergen, not putting as much pressure on him as what Michael McDowell was, obviously holding him off for the longest time back in stage 1. McDowell, with the issues that he had and coming back onto pit road, going under the hood again, as they did during the caution flag period, McDowell is still in the pits and now is 3 laps down. So whatever contention he would have had for the win is all but gone. Tough break after McDowell dominated stage 1. He didn't even give up the lead until he hit pit road with this throttle hanging issue, unfortunately. And mechanical issue is going to drop him out of the lead and out of the, at least, race win battle. 31 laps led for McDowell to start before the problem. So now it's back to the odds-on favorite to win the race, Shane Van Gisbergen. He's got another road course ringer, the Dinger, behind him. A.J. Allmendinger in second place. And while these two are driving away from the rest of the field, AJ's giving it all he's got and then some, and he is at least putting some sort of pressure on Shane Van Gisbergen. There's a handful of a car length difference, but he's well within sight of our race leader. 9 laps to go yet in stage 2, this time by at the line. Again, Priest in third is about 3 seconds back. Allmendinger a half second off the lead in second behind our leader, SVG. Ty Gibbs is 3.7 seconds off the lead in fourth, and Ross Chastain is 4.4 seconds off the lead in fifth. Ryan Blaney 4.8 seconds back in sixth, and Joey Logano 6.3 back in seventh. Eric Jones is 7 seconds off the lead in eighth. Kyle Larson 7.5 back in ninth, and Alex Bowman 8.5 seconds off of our leader. So top 10 and the intervals between those positions. In-season tournament challenge, I think the closest battle we've got right now is between A.J. Allmendinger and Ty Gibbs. Both of them up in the top 5. That's a fun battle. And it looks like the 71 crew is pushing Michael McDowell's car into the garage area at the end of pit road. A tough day to a race that was going so good for so long for Michael McDowell.
I love cable, so it's cable driven. Think about like your lever brakes on a bicycle, pulls the cable. It's the same idea. Step in the throttle pedal, it pulls the cable that operates the throttle body.
Danielle?
They're headed to DVP now to work on it. Said it might take forever to fix, but it's worth a shot. That throttle pedal cable is absolutely shredded. Heartbreak for Michael McDowell after winning that first stage and contending with SVG, guys.
It's never the $10,000 parts. You know, we talk a lot about the big failures and the mechanicals. You know, I don't know the exact cost, but it's a metal cable. An expensive piece in the next-gen car. To have that ruin the day for the second one's going to be heartbreaking.
9 laps to go. Stage 2. Shane Van Gisbergen in charge of the field here at Chicago.
And what a tough day there for Michael McDowell to come to an end this early. SVG has extended his lead a little bit over A.J. Allmendinger. The last lap, he was a little over a tenth of a second quicker than the second place car. The best lap SVG has ran today was actually back on lap 10 of a 90.383. And I believe that is the second fastest lap of the race. I believe Michael McDowell had the fastest lap, 90.524. No, never mind. Okay, so SVG does have the fastest lap of the race back on lap 10. McDowell's fastest lap, looking back on it, was 0.2 off of SVG's fastest lap, despite the fact that McDowell led the first 31 laps from the second starting spot. And his lap was on lap 12. So a couple laps after Van Gisbergen had ran his fastest. Ross Chastain is on pit road. The fuel window may be open to the end of the race, so he is pitting now. He was one of the handful of cars that did not hit pit road yet. You want to be the first to pit last. So that is probably the ideal. We are exactly halfway home, lap 38. That means we have about 38 laps to go in the race. So first to pit last, splitting it at halfway. Good call for the one team as they were hanging out in the 5th place position prior to pitting. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more cars come to pit road before the end of stage 2 with that fuel window being open. Just in case a caution comes out, you don't want to cycle behind those who end up staying out. So that shuffles the top 5 up a little bit. Shane Van Gisbergen leads still, then A.J. Allmendinger second. Ty Gibbs is up to third, Ryan Preece fourth, and Ryan Blaney is in fifth. Now Preece hits pit road from 4th place. That moves Blaney and others up another spot. So the Chastain car pitted the lap before. Preece on pit road now. Preece, another one of the drivers who has not hit pit road today until this moment. Patrick Chatterley, Andrew, thanks for tuning in, guys. Like how the announcers make it seem like someone has something for SVG. They're trying to keep viewers tuned in. Speed-wise, nobody has anything for SVG, but again, the restart situations is really the only way I could see him losing this race, which is exactly what I stated at Mexico City a couple of weeks ago, where if we get any sort of a caution late in the race, he could get dumped going into turn one. It's just, matter of fact, it's out of his control at that point, but everything that is in his control, it's his race to lose. Got to get on and off of pit road without speeding if he does pit under green here, which I'd imagine he will. I'd be very shocked if anybody tries to stay out. I guess you can stay out and get some stage points. Could be the risk in all of this. Go for a stage win if you're on the playoff bubble. So a lot of drivers, obviously, in stage one that did stay out were on that playoff cut line. Bush was one of which. He is now cycled further back. Michael McDowell was another one. He is now in the garage area, unfortunately. He did win the first stage. Kind of looking back to see who may potentially stay out. Eric Jones, he could stay out and try to go for the stage win. He's in 7th. He was 18th on the playoff grid coming into the race today. Ty Gibbs maybe stays out, but I think he's got a real good shot at a top 5. I mean, he's had a lot of great speed this weekend. You also run in the risk of, is there looming rain that is coming before you have to pit at any point in time? Those drivers that pitted at the end of stage 1, they could go as far as 20 laps to go or so in the race before they have to come down. Do we get rain before that? That's a risk versus reward situation that could kind of flip the field a little bit more as well. So there is strategy factors that are still kind of lingering around for who can and can't get a good finish out of the day. Catherine Legg goes around for a spin moments ago. That was in turn 1. It's coming in a little too hot. Hit the wall pretty hard. The right side of the race car kind of caught the end of the tire wall and then the right front. Actually, it looked like most of the front of the car actually missed the concrete wall. I thought she might have hit the end of the tire wall and then kind of snapped into the concrete wall. I'm glad that didn't happen. That would have been a lot more violent had that been the case. Kind of a softer spin up against that tire pack. Bounced off of it. Was able to get the car refired. And back in the right direction. So we do stay green. 5 laps to go currently now in stage 2. With SVG out in front.
The run. Brakes are fading. Tires are bad. Mistakes happen. I'm shocked more aren't pitting, to be honest. I thought we would have seen a bigger wave of cars come to pit road. This tells me that maybe they think tires are more important than we think. Yeah. Maybe they don't want to finish the race on 35-lap tires if you can burn 5 laps here. And SVG is smooth, isn't he? The further out the lead that he gets, the less pressure from behind, faster he can run.
Kyle Busch had made a pit stop, his scheduled green flag stop.
Jeez. Speedy.
Went through too many pit boxes, so insult to injury after the spin.
Well, still,
pit stop
penalty.
Tough second part of the race for Kyle Busch.
They're allowed 3. They're allowed to drive through 3. What happened is with the driver on the wrong side, on backwards, they lose kind of track of that right front, and it's pretty easy to kind of drive through too many. Let's see, Corey Cream Jones.
Inside the top 10.
Oh, my God. You hit that inside wall, the apex. Hit an outside wall with the left side of the car. So pretty
Still in 7th.
Pretty good 1-2 with that car. And that's the admin help onboard camera. And we talk about Eric Jones, top 10, even though he hit the wall, facing off with Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Man, SVG is like, I am not worried. I'm going to drive all the way to 3 to go to this stage. I don't think he'll stay out to win the stage. That would be an aggressive call. That would scare me. I would pit before the stage, but we'll have to just wait and see what they do. Marty, Kyle Larson.
Yeah, quiet but impressive day for Kyle Larson, who started 30th at the back of the field, drove his way up to the 6th position. They've had a lot of speed in this 5 car, so Cliff Daniels making the call to come with 4 to go here in stage 2. He asked, Cliff Daniels did, Steve, about Kyle Larson. Hey, do you think you could do 1 set of tires if we split the race in half? You drove the entire second half on 1 set. To your point, CBC, I think that's way too long on tires. So maybe that's why a lot of these teams run a little bit longer than we maybe thought.
And Marty, I love that. I love strategy. I love fuel. You know, that's kind of my wheelhouse. But I would prefer Goodyear tires that lose grip. And you're like, man, this isn't all about fuel. You got to have fresh tires on this thing, or you just can't hold people up. I think that makes for absolute amazing racing.
All 400 cars started in the back today. Prior to this cycle of green flag pit stops, 2 of them in the top 10. One of them, Larson, who just pitted there. See the 8 of Kyle Busch right here in front of Shane.
3-second gap now back to AJ Allmendinger. It does look like the overcast skies are getting a little darker. Again, when I looked at the weather last, it said potential thunder showers 3:45 local time. That's still about 40 minutes from now is the earliest we could see. Because we have reached past the halfway point, this race would be official if we did catch any inclement weather and we're not able to meet the end of the race.
Kick off quite like he would like it to. But
SVG in the pits.
And better the longer they ran. He did say, Adam, he had a little rear brake lockup towards the end of that run, so they kind of adjusted some brake lines. But SVG on cruise control, pits from the lead before the end of stage 2, Alan.
2 cars by section 22 of Joey Logano was in. He was saying that on the rear tires, they're not sticking around like they used to, that they did earlier in the race, so they're going to make an adjustment for him just ahead of him with the 54 of Ty Gibbs. He needs forward rear grip, and the run goes on. You can see him exiting pit road right there, trying to chase SVG.
With all these cars on pit road, the big question now, you see the map in the upper left. The 16 of AJ Allmendinger, a stage win, right?
Yeah, and I wonder if AJ stays out to get the points, too. I actually didn't even realize that he was one of the bubble drivers as well in the top 20 in points on the outside looking in. Could potentially gamble for the stage win. Pit road is not closed yet, though. It does not close until the race leader gets to the start-finish line this time by. Ryan Blaney, we've seen him stay out to get some playoff points in situations like this on road courses before, so he, too, could stay out. I think he's more likely to stay out than AJ just for the lone sake that he's 5.5 seconds off the lead. That's quite a ways back. And if AJ pits here, which he does, can he get to the timing line before the 12? So he hasn't gotten to the start-finish line yet. Now he has, and Blaney did stay out on the track, so Ryan Blaney will consume the race lead late in stage 2. AJ pits.
To a playoff point, but they said, no, we got to keep up with SVG. And in terms of on the track, what's going on with the 16, he said it just needs a little bit more help. Center exit, lateral grip on the corner exit for the 16. That's the biggest issue for AJ Allmendinger, trying to keep up with the 88 of Shane Van Gisbergen.
Oh, slow pit stop on the right. The 88 goes by. We thought there would be a very close blend, but the slow pit stop on the 16 will easily cycle the 88 front. Now remember, the yellow's going to come out in a couple. So it's just positions on the racetrack. You'll be able to close back up, but it was going to be pretty close if it would have been a better pit stop.
Yeah, well, the good news is AJ didn't lose an extra position because of that slow stop. Yes, he lost time to the 88, but he'll get bunched back up again with an upcoming restart. And Ryan Blaney out on the racetrack, staying out. He's got about a 20... that wasn't accurate. It said 25 seconds on screen. I think he's 5 seconds ahead of Chase Briscoe right now. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. into the turn 1 wall. Oh, looked like he was kind of driving along it pretty fine and then caught a piece of it just right and dug underneath. I do believe we're going to stay green. He was able to drive away from the scene of the crime. Yeah, 5.3 second lead for Ryan Blaney as he crosses the start-finish line. 1 lap to go in stage 2. So, obviously, with Blaney having to win, this would be an additional playoff point. And coming into the race today, he had 3 stage wins already on the year. So, this would be stage win number 4 for the 12 team. Maybe they gamble and stay out of the pits, hoping for rain to come early. I guess could be a possible strategy here as well, on top of staying out to get these points. Alex Bowman, who came into this race barely above the cut line. Same for Bubba Wallace. They were the last 2 in. Coming into the day, they're 4th and 5th. They'll stay out and get some points as well. Eric Jones needs to because he's one of those guys chasing both the 48 and the 23 on points. Along with the 60 of Ryan Preece, but Preece pitted early. Granted, he kind of had to because he hadn't pit yet in the race entirely, so he wasn't going to make it on fuel to the end of stage 2. I'm curious to see how many drivers are going to stay out. Shane Van Gisbergen's in 12th right now, so there are 11 cars in front of him. There's an ECU issue with the 17 at Busher, so I think he'll probably pit. As far as the top 10 go, how many of those guys are going to stay out hoping and praying for rain potentially to come before the end of the fuel window? Because that's about the only way I think we're going to see anybody beat Van Gisbergen unless he gets caught up in an incident. And that's also kind of a problem for SVG if he does have to restart a handful of rows back off of the lead, as you put yourself in the eye of the storm of potentially leaning into something like that happening. But he had to do what he had to do at that point. It's going to be up to fate of what others do decision-wise to see where he exactly restarts. 4th-stage win of the year, as mentioned already, for Ryan Blaney as he wins Stage 2 today at Chicago. Chase Briscoe 2nd, Tyler Reddick 3rd, Alex Bowman 4th, and Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 5 and 5th. Denny Hamlin was 6th, 7th for Chase Elliott. John Hunter Nemechek 8th, Eric Jones 9th, Christopher Bell rounds out the top 10. Elliott scoring a handful of stage points, 4 of them to be exact there. He's trying to chase William Byron for the regular season championship lead. Byron only going to get 1 point today with that last place finish. Had a mechanical failure all the way back on lap 1. As he was coming to really get the green, he was well behind the rest of the field. Pulled off the racetrack after 1 completed lap. Chase Elliott can take the points lead at this juncture of the standings with pretty much about a top 15, top 20 finish. Kyle Larson, I don't think he scored any stage points today. And he was 3rd in points, not far behind Elliott. I believe he was only 5 points behind him. So there's a chance that Byron actually falls back to 3rd in the standings. He had as much of an 80-point lead in the regular season standings a few races ago. This is going to be the 3rd finish for Byron outside the top 25 in the last 4 races. So 30 laps to go in the race as we approach the 3rd and final stage of today's Grant Park 165. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live on KRC to full NASCAR Cup Series race coverage on the channel. Allmendinger lost the spot to Ty Gibbs. It must have been on the track itself, because I thought he cycled out of the pits ahead of Gibbs. Go back. Gibbs did pass him. I thought he cycled out in front of him. I wonder if when he was on cold tires leaving the pits, that he didn't have the pace to actually stay in front of Gibbs. Because Gibbs was right behind him when he got off of turn 2 initially, which would have been with 2 laps to go in the stage. A great job by Ty Gibbs making that pass. Couple of great road course weeks for Gibbs, obviously, with the run he had in Mexico City. Led a lot of laps that day and been quietly up in the top 5, top 6 the whole race today. Good solid run could be huge for him, and we have a few more road courses left in the regular season alone to keep the good times rolling. 134 votes in our chat poll for today for who you think will win the Grant Park 165 at Chicago. Shane Van Gisbergen leads the poll at 46%. He had 60 yesterday in the Xfinity Series race poll, but only 46% of you took him today. 37% have somebody in the field other than McDowell, Reddick, or Van Gisbergen. My 3 favorites for the race were SVG, Michael McDowell, Tyler Reddick. McDowell had a very good car that was capable of a race win today. He led the first 31 laps, unfortunately, with the throttle hanging under caution while leading. Had to hit pit road. He has since pulled into the garage area, and the team's going to look to make the fix to get him back out on the track, but obviously he's going to be well out of contention to finishing on the lead lap. He's currently scored in 32nd. 14 laps down and again off track for McDowell. 11% of you voted for him. Only 5% took Tyler Reddick, who was in 2nd place before pitting right before the most recent caution before this one, which would have been the Josh Berry incident. Reddick had since cycled to 3rd, so he's going to be pushing it on fuel to the end of the race. But if we see rain come later in the race enough to where the drivers that are around him that may potentially stay out during this stage 2 break stay out and then have to pit earlier under green, Reddick could take the lead. So of cars that SVG would have to pass on strategy for those who could make it upfield to the end, I think Tyler Reddick is going to be the guy he would have to beat for right now. SVG does have slightly fresher tires, but again, we haven't seen much tire wear. So I don't think that that's going to be as much of a determining factor here. I think the only thing is, let's say it goes green for the final 30 laps. We run this thing to the end. Reddick's got enough fuel to make it to the end from when he last pitted. What's the gap going to be between Reddick and SVG once all these other cars are out of the way? Now, if everybody pits that stayed out during the stage break and doesn't try to risk it on the rain side of things, that's going to really hurt Reddick because SVG is probably going to line up on the front row with him. But Reddick should be the leader on the restart, as long as at least those top two in front of him pit, which were Blaney and Briscoe. Actually, no, Briscoe's on the same strategy. I forgot. Yeah, Briscoe and Reddick are on the same strategy here, so they should both stay out. And then SVG, if others around them pit, would end up in third. So pit road is open this time. Blaney's in. 48 stays out. 23, 11, they all stay out. Blaney comes into pit, but he might be the only one.
Position to win that second stage scheme. Blaney says, I need more rear grip. You see the 12 figure going to work, 4 tires and 2 cans of fuel. Artie.
After contact with the wall yesterday. And
one more car is in also.
Go of it for Chase Elliott and Alan.
And that's Chase.
They have worked their way and from the back, and they got some stage points here in stage 2. Got 3 stage points out of that, but there is damage to the front end of the 9 car. Actually, fairly decent damage. So they're going to take as much time as they can here to repair that damage on the front end of the 9 car. But again, Alan Gustafson making that call to leave them out, get as many stage points as they can, and try and salvage something from the day.
Could there be an upset coming in the bracket? Last week's winner, Chase Elliott, and the man that Steve and I had winning it all in a tough situation here as far as track position goes, final stage, facing off with John Hunter Nemechek in the round of 16.
Under the hood here, trying to repair some of that damage. In the front, I think that happened real early in the race. A big checkup in turn 11. Using a little map.
Trying to put it all together here.
Not the brand placement they were looking for in this situation.
Yeah.
Let's go to the NASCAR Nation crew. Here's Shannon.
Hey, thanks so much, Adam. You really got to hate it for Michael McDowell. Led 31 laps out front for that many laps. Of course, they are now working on that race car 15 laps down, but this is really going to open things up for some of the other guys, right? Shane Van Gisbergen, we know that when this race starts in stage 3, he's going to have to show us what he's really got because he's going to have some traffic to deal with.
Yeah, and it's been a pretty calm race. I think so far we always had that huge wreck with Kosovar early on. But I would tell you that from this point on, it's gonna be all take and no give. I think we're also gonna see what Shane actually has. McDowell was super fast. I think SVG was pretty content right there for a little bit. But we're gonna find out right now what the 88 has.
I think what's really stuck out to me, one, that tires matter. I mean, we really had
Way more than we thought.
Way more than we probably thought. We haven't really had a dry race here to know that was a factor, and I think that's changed some of the strategy. I think that will play out here as we go along. I think Eric Jones got incredibly lucky. I'm not sure how he's still running around after hitting the wall down there in 10. On the right side and the left side, and still got away with it. That was impressive. And I got to give a shout out. Mamba calls him Tyrone Dillon, not just Ty. Moving on here in the bracket challenge. Who saw that one coming? Unbelievable run by him. That's amazing.
The other thing that's we don't forget is that rain is on the way, and if that gets here before the end, that's going to change the whole complexion of this race.
I know you picked AJ Allmendinger to win this race. I mean, who are the other guys? And obviously, we have to wait to see who's in the top 5, who's in the top 10, who could even try to make a move in the closing laps of this race.
He's going to say AJ because that's who
he's just going to say.
I like AJ's chances, guys.
Yeah, you like AJ? Oh, anyone else there, Jamie Mack? Let's put you on the spot a little bit.
No, I'm going to stick with who I picked at the beginning.
You're going to pick Sam. Anyone can contend with Shane Van Gisbergen then? Besides Shane Van Gisbergen?
It'd be interesting to see if Reddick can make it on fuel. It's going to have a lot of caution laps here, but Reddick's really good at road racing, and we saw how he did here last year.
All right, Adam, take it away.
All right, ready for the restart final stage, Shannon. Chase Briscoe up front. Tyler Reddick. How about the 19? Playing the strategy game. It's some question marks on fuel and all that for some of these guys, but a different cast of characters out front as we begin this final stage.
Bubba Wallace in the third around the 48 with Alex Bowman.
Alex now on the inside here with Denny Hamlin to his outside. A little smoke off the 42 car Nemechek. Coming down Lakeshore Drive, the 19, the 45. A lot of Toyotas up front here. But now this is going to pick up. A lot of guys are going to start pushing harder into these corners, going to start really taking advantage of each other. More contact, more tippers, more anchor, more mistakes in this final stage. Intensity ramping up. Firing down Columbus Drive into turn 6. Cody Ware trying to outbreak into the outside of turn 6 here.
You talk about the aggression, and it really can be the balance of patience and aggression if you're Shane Van Gisbergen, because your track position compromised here. You want to take care of this car driving back to the front. Right now, he's 6th.
Now, if you add anything extra, we're going to see it. Shane's going to go around this racetrack. We're going to ride on board. Trying to chase down Denny Hamlin out there in front of me for 4th. Denny to the inside of Bubba Wallace. It's going to put him on the outside of the next corner, so he thinks better and drops to the inside here, trying in the braking zone. He's really just slowing both of them down. You see how that allows the 88 to get there, so Bubba has to run defensively. Denny's really got Bubba slowing both of those guys down. And here comes Shane. Oh, man. They're all pushing so hard into that braking zone right there.
Boy, look, contact there looking like as Hamlin cuts down in front of Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, pretty impressive by Denny Hamlin right there. There's the radar. We got a little weather moving in.
I just wonder if that changes that intensity with 25 to go, and does it change the fuel strategy? Does people think we're going to have to put reins on? 23 clear. 88 makes short work of Bubba Wallace.
Just inside of 4 seconds behind the race leader is Shane Van Gisbergen.
Ty Gibbs going to get through as well right here.
I like that. I like Ty staying close, staying within touch.
Not far behind the 88.
Again, what he did, Mexico City, he was the one that was right there for a good portion of that race.
Bubba Wallace just under attack right here. And their plan was to try to stay out and run the rest of this race 25 more laps. He's got to be miserable thinking about how much further he has to go on a car that's not working, under pressure from everybody behind him.
Tyler Reddick running 2nd right now, Marty.
With SVG looming, this top 3, Adam has to save fuel. But what does Billy Scott want Tyler Reddick to do? Listen in. Do anything with him means Chase Briscoe, his corporate teammate, right in front of him. If you can get around him, go ahead and do it. But Steve, he told him a second ago, if you cannot, let's start saving fuel. Billy told me a moment ago, Steve, they are 3 laps short. There's no doubt they're going to need a caution if they're going to make it to the end of the race.
I mean, I don't think saving under green is the plan. I mean, I think we kind of then you have no track position and no fuel. I think you just run really hard and hope you get the yellows. And if you don't, you know, how about this? If you don't have enough yellows, the field's going to be so stretched out, you probably can put gas in the car and still rejoin like 10th or 11th. You know, I know it sounds crazy, Alan or Adam, but I think that's the better plan than saving here and just letting the new tires run you down.
He said Allen, and it's because Allen's got a...
I knew Allen had something. Allen, I was coming to you anyway. I was just talking to Adam.
Man, I'm here for you guys. Looking at 19 and Chase Briscoe. He's got all the clean air you want as the leader, but his crew chief, James Small, putting on something more of a poker face. Would tell me exactly what he's thinking, but they're going to run this out, but says a caution would really help us. So that fuel number, that fuel low, that's getting really close to the 19th Chase Briscoe.
For me, this is deja vu of Pocono.
Yeah.
Because it's like there's no way Chase could make it. Well, maybe he could make it. And as the laps wound down, he just kept doing what he had to do. Long way to go here. This thing about Briscoe being in contention and it being a strategy race is we get team radio. We get James Small.
Yeah,
always
right.
Big man right here with a 10 on the pit road, a flat right front tire. Looks like he's gotten into the wall with that car as well.
Before time, let's go.
20 to 2 had a little contact coming through turns 12 here. Looked like the 2 might have got into the back of the 20, and he's offline, sliding up the racetrack. And look, trying to get back down into the racing line there. All kinds of debris on the tires now. The 20 is trying to clean them tires up.
Right on board with Reddick. We do now our progressive race recap. 24 laps, going to be 23 laps to go in this race. Michael McDowell started on the front row, grabbed the lead early, led every lap one, stage 1. Stage 2, Ryan Blaney, a little strategy. Gets his 4th stage win of the year.
Shane Van Gisbergen in 3rd, trying to run these 2 down. Only a 10th quicker that lap.
Top 5 with 23 to go. Frisco, Reddick, Van Gisbergen, Hamlin, and Gibbs. You're watching NASCAR on TV.
All right, 22 and a half laps to go at Chicago. Chase Briscoe leads. Tyler Reddick in 2nd. Shane Van Gisbergen is 3rd. Denny Hamlin 4th. Ty Gibbs rounds out the top 5 in 5th. And Bubba Wallace is 6th. John Hunter Nemechek 7th. AJ Allmendinger 8th. Ross Chastain 9th. And Joey Logano in 10th. Alex Bowman is 11th. Kyle Larson 12th. Austin Cindric 13th. Ryan Preece 14th. And Austin Hill 15th. 16th for Kyle Busch. Justin Haley 17th. Christopher Bell 18th. Zane Smith 19th. And Riley Herbst is 20th. 21st, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Cody Ware 22nd, Chris Buescher 23rd, Catherine Legg 24th. She's actually having a really good run today. Daniel Suarez 25th, same for Josh Bilicki in 26th. Chase Elliott's back at 27th, Ty Dillon 28th, Ryan Blaney 29th, and then Eric Jones is 30th. Noah Gragson 31st, and then everybody for 32nd on back out of the race. Michael McDowell 32nd, Josh Berry 33rd, Cole Custer 34th, Carson Hocevar 35th. 36 for Austin Dillon, Brad Keselowski 37th, Todd Gillen 38th, Will Brown 39th, and William Byron rounds out our 40-car field. SVG's already picked up 7 positions from the restart to get to 3rd place. He's still about 2.8 seconds off the lead as he tries to run down the 2 Toyotas of Briscoe and Reddick at the front of the field. Hamlin is 5.8 seconds back and 4th. Reddick is pretty much all over the back of the 19 and has been this whole stint. He's only a half a second off of the lead. I posted in the chat that there were thunderstorm showers about 40 minutes north. I had made that post at about 4:05, so 20 minutes have already passed by. Will we see any sort of rain before the end of the race, which could definitely aid Briscoe Reddick into a better finish and maybe even a win if they could continue on in front of Shane Van Gisbergen? Just maintain enough of a gap. You know, if the thunder showers are heavy enough, maybe we get lightning before the rain that delays it even quicker. Maybe we don't get hard enough rain and we have to finish under rain tires. Everybody has to pit and they can maintain track position there. That was the only way anybody was able to keep up with Van Gisbergen back in Mexico City a few weeks ago. Was that first half of the race when we started on the wet weather tires. That would be another equalizer. At least they'd have the track position. They could kind of come in for fuel, at least put enough in it that they would make it to the end and change those wet weather tires on top of it. 20 laps to go. You're listening live on KRC. We'll take a quick break as our NASCAR Chicago Street Race continues. I didn't get the diecast showing out at the end of stage 2, so I'll show this one off. This is new. I have not shown this diecast off on the channel yet. And this week's diecast showing, I've got a Jeremy Mayfield. Let me get the year right on this. 1999. I actually like the red underbody on this thing. That looks pretty cool. But anyway, Jeremy Mayfield, 1999, Mobil 1, number 12, Ford Taurus, Penske Racing. I always liked his Mobil 1 schemes. They were kind of simple back in the day, but pretty cool looking. So I wanted to get this diecast when I saw it. I got this at earlier this season when I was there. It's the only Jeremy Mayfield diecast I own, but yeah, this is the diecast showing for today. I didn't get that out at the end of stage 2, so sorry I forgot about it at that point, but I remember before the end of the race, and I figured that was a good time to show it off. 21 laps to go. As of right now, the 88 passes the 11, missed it on TV. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Ty Gibbs actually just passed Denny Hamlin for 4th, and we missed that during the commercial break also. So Hamlin down to 5th. And Gibbs, who was keeping up with Van Gisbergen initially on the restart's got about a 5-second split back to him at the moment.
Who these guys are with that throttle.
Oh, I just launched my cup across. Is the mic good?
A little pump on the brake pedal.
Yeah, we got audio. We're good.
Build the fluid up and get the pedal solid for the braking zone.
Here's Alan Cabana.
And the 48 of Alex Bowman is in. There was talk about doing it at the stage break, but they didn't want to because they didn't want to be so far back amongst everybody. They'd rather do it now, Alex Bowman said, putting on the 4 tires, mostly struggling in the braking zones. But one issue he's having, his cool suit, not doing very well. They're having to shut off, get some power to it, even shut off the pulse to help the brake fans. Some sort of power issue on the 48 right now.
Bowman makes the pit stop, and that takes me to Bubba Wallace, head-to-head in-season challenge. Bubba up there in the 7th position, going to try and advance as we go on board SVG, and now he's right there behind Reddick for 2nd.
Because where we talk so much about the pace of SVG, maybe sometimes gets overlooked. Just the amount of racing experience, how many laps he has at courses like this, that with 20 to go, I think you're going to find a driver that he knows how to push it when he needs to, but he can be relatively methodical here and time these passes in the right spot.
What about it, Marty?
Yeah, Adam, great point that Steve just made and Junior touched on it a little bit earlier. You know, when I spent some time with SVG after qualifying yesterday, he said this place is tougher than it's ever been. In fact, after his first lap practice, he told me, I need to take a breath. I told the team, that was a lot. I've got to kind of collect myself after that first lap in practice. And then he said, Junior, I brushed the wall 2 or 3 times in my qualifying lap, but that's what you have to do to extract time at the bar here at Chicago. But he told me, I won't do that same thing until late in the race. So when does SVG show us all the cards? Is it too early with 19 to go?
I think he's actually pushing to the limit right here. He can be fast and still be, he's got a tire advantage. He understands, because he goes to the inside here, Reddick, really nothing Reddick can do there. He's got a little bit of a tire advantage. He's all overall just better, faster than these guys. Just more talented at doing what he needs to do to get around the street course faster. So maybe he's got a little in the tank just to be mistake-free. But he's absolutely starting to put the pressure on and drive his car to the limit. Coming to 18 laps to go. And I'm sure he understands fully what strategy he's on and what strategy these other drivers are on and the disadvantage they have to him and the tires. He's got to be loving that opportunity to know that he's got 12 lap better tires than the guys he's around.
Sure. Confidence never a problem, man. But the confidence on top of the advantage, and now, you know, he's just in a real good position to go out and get it done.
It's making it too easy. Yeah, 3/4 of a second faster on that last lap on the pass. The other thing, too, that we talked about in Mexico City is the way he uses the clutch. A lot of drivers don't heel and toe. He does use the clutch. He will claim that it's not an advantage to making him go faster. But what I believe that it does do is it saves the rear tire over the course of the long run. He can see that little bit of a lockup right there on the left front for the 19 car? Well, when SVG starts to feel like he may be sliding the rear tires, he will dampen that with the clutch. He will even release the clutch mid-corner to pitch to turn the car. He uses the clutch as a tool the same way you use the gas and the throttle. And over the course of the long run, he has a little bit better rear tire life. And as Parker said earlier today, the pre-race, rear grip is everything on a road course. And SVG has more of it than anyone on old tires because of the way he drives the car.
Doing good. Pretty good. Our 19 pick up the pace. Right now.
17 to go.
With that information, you wonder if SVG is comfortable riding here. I don't think he is. I think he's going to jump right on the line. It's either here in turn 2 or turn 4. Little defensive on the 19. I think you're going to have a pass for the lead into turn 4 if SVG has his way. Very close. Patient? Yeah, very patient. Smartly sort of waits for this opportunity, and he'll close the gap right here. See if he can create a run. Out of turn 5, not able to do it. He loves that little pass 6 to 7. He's like the only one that kind of does it. Drivers right into 7. I'm not sure what it is about that downhill. Maybe that clutch you were talking about. He finds the advantage of that downhill braking zone. Very much possible. You know, the only place that our drivers have been able to match SVG is pretty much in turns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where there's straightaway corner, right? You go through a corner, you go into a straightaway, you reset, and you do that. This is where SVG beats everyone, and it's where corners are tied together, and there's a lot of switchback, change direction. That's where he's really good at putting together time and getting through turn from, I would say, turn 7 to turn 10. He's better than anyone.
Turn 12, he's right there. Coming back to the start-finish line, 16 to go.
Some of the patience might be the fuel load you see on the left side. Briscoe, Reddick just much lower on fuel load. So maybe SVG is like, there's no reason to make a mistake. I feel this guy has to do something. So if I have the opportunity, I will. He's kind of in a position right here.
He also has a 6-second advantage over the guy next in line on fuel, that being Ty Gibbs. Here it is out of turn 2, side by side for the lead. Racing down Lakeshore Drive, Shane Van Gisbergen, Chase Briscoe. 88 trying to go back on point. Turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. And there we go.
That's spotter B with a clear for the lead, the 88.
Felt good, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh, that one couldn't wait.
My man,
Yes.
back out front. Shane Van Gisbergen.
Oh, caution.
To the field again in Chicago. And just like that, caution comes out.
They still going to break?
What's good, NASCAR fans?
The caution came out as they were going to commercial, and we still went to commercial. I want to know what the yellow's out for. Is it lightning? With the thunder showers closing in? Man, right as SVG got to the lead, that was good timing for him to get to the lead when he did. I don't think it's raining at the track at the moment. I wonder if it might be a lightning delay that we're about to go under. Obviously, with the thunder showers in the area, it's clearly not raining at the track at the moment, unless there's a camera on a piece of debris or a car spun somewhere around the racetrack. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, it's the rain. I believe it's the rain. I don't know. Low clouds, that's for sure. That's kind of a crazy look at the skyscrapers and the low clouds kind of sucking in the city of Chicago. Can you imagine if Briscoe was still leading right before this happened and then we go under like a lightning delay or something? Oh my gosh. Now they can race in wet weather situation with rain tires if we do get rain on the racetrack. But if there is lightning, then there will be a hold. So again, we have to wait for confirmation when they come back from the commercial break. We'll take a quick break of our own while we wait this out. Van Gisbergen leads 15 laps to go in the Chicago street race. Jojo, Federico Sanchez, thanks for tuning in. The Arby's cheesesteak has returned on the track. got to be lightning. I mean, I haven't seen a drop of rain on the lens itself of any of these cameras, but with the car still on the track, if they say it's debris, I want to see the debris. I don't like how we had a caution right before they cut the commercial, and then we still cut the commercial. Like, we have this anticipation of not knowing why exactly the caution is out. Ty Dillon going to get the free pass. He's back on the lead lap.
This relief lap sponsored by National Debt Relief. Ty Dillon get the lap back here. Puts it back on the lead lap, so that means we'll have 28 cars on the lead lap under caution in the event here in Chicago on TNT, presented by Arby's. What a scene.
A little bit of weather.
Yeah, weather change.
Moving in, yeah.
By the way, we got the caution. We said that going to break, and want to let everyone know what's going on here.
Yeah.
There's an issue with one of the fans in the infield, and so they needed to get an ambulance to that area of the racetrack, and therefore, being on a street course, different ways to move vehicles around, but you had to get the medical attention there, and so NASCAR forced to throw a caution in this situation. And now you start thinking about strategy.
That's what the caution was for?
Right now, how do you handle that?
I think SVG, he understands he's in a great position. But we have so many of these great matchups. Busher, Zane Smith, they're nose to tail, 20th to 21st. Do you come get some tires? Is tires the pathway? John Hunter Nemechek in 9th. Chase Elliott all the way back in 24th. Like, these could be the decisions that move you through the bracket. All right, Crew Chief 17. Busher's your guy. What are you doing? You want to race a Pocono? What are you doing wrong?
I think if you're Austin Hill or anybody back there around 15th to 17th, you would try to come to pit road, and you're going to drag a ton of people with you. You might lose a couple spots, but it puts you on the offense late in this race. There's liable to be multiple yellows and multiple restarts where you need to be aggressive, and having that tire life and that ability to be aggressive on those tires on restarts may give you a chance to drive that car up into the top 10 late in this race.
Decision time. I'm assuming maybe he's going to stay out, but who doesn't?
Oh, the 45's coming. Wow.
Yeah, must have thought he needed fuel. 45, Blaney. Lap down behind him. Trying to see who else in the lead lap hits. Nemechek comes to pit road. Bush. So a few takers, Marty.
Steve, how about this play for Billy Scott and Tyler Reddick? Yes, this caution would have gotten them in terms of fuel, what they needed to make it to the end of the race. But just what Junior said, he wanted to put his driver on offense. Tyler Reddick told Billy Scott, hey, I think I can keep up with them. If we have better tires than them, I feel good about it. Now, the question is, where is the 45 going to restart? Because it looks like a lonely pit road for this team to get down and take the tires here for Tyler Reddick.
They didn't really draw a lot of cars down pit road behind them. Stenhouse, Herbst, Ware, Busher, Bell. Even Bowman stays out on the racetrack, so it's going to line up just outside the top 15.
Going to get a restart. 12 laps to go. Tough situation for him.
Yeah, we got the weather moving in. It's it looks like it still might not get here. If we have, if we have a couple more cautions, we might get rather on a very tail end of the race,
and electricity is my concern because we have wet weather equipment. So rain shower, I think we might be able to see some more racing, but electricity or lightning that will be an issue. Yeah.
Ty Gibbs stays out here. He's third on the same strategy as race leader Shane Van Gisbergen.
Best we can tell, there's no weather coming, but there's lightning that is getting closer. And we have like some fog rolling in, and so who really knows?
Alan?
James Small, crew chief for Chase Briscoe. They had the option of coming in. You chose not to. When we had that decision?
We're really close on making it fuel here with this caution. And then you look over the buildings there, the weather's kind of rolling in rapidly and it's cooled down a lot. So, I feel like there was going to be a lot of cars that stayed out there. And, we would have been buried. So, we'll just have to see how it goes here. Hopefully we get some rain at the end and puts us on an equal playing field again.
He's absolutely right. You can see it over to his left and feel the temperature dropping. James Small making the call not to pit.
He and Reddick both on the same strategy. Reddick comes in, pits. Chase Briscoe stays out. Reminder, we're going next weekend racing in Sonoma. Xfinity Series taking care of business Saturday. Coverage on the CW begins 4 o'clock Eastern time.
one thing, Busher stayed out, sitting 15th. He's kind of the last car on old tires, right? And Zane Smith's in 24th right now with new tires. That's a bracket battle that could be the difference in one of those drivers winning $1 million in a couple weeks.
It's a bracket battle that some are very interested in.
Yes. Most of the other brackets kind of played out. I got the John Hunter Elliott one. It's still got a lot of battle to figure out as well.
Yeah.
Right. So I liked how McDowell earlier in the race was going late in the zone. I thought it really helped him from the inside. We'll see if SVG makes that adjustment. He didn't do that at the start. I thought it was a mistake. He lost the lead.
Going to be 13 to go as we return to the green flag. Shane Van Gisbergen, Chase Briscoe, front row.
A lot of contact right there. Car's trying to get the power down and accelerate out of turn 12.
Ty Gibbs, same tires.
Look at
Same for AJ Allmendinger. Getting aggressive on the pit start. And there they go around. Ross Chastain hits the tires.
Yeah, I saw that
That's
coming.
about the cars. It's tire straightens up. What about by the one? The 2 car has a broken toe link. He's going to have some trouble. Or contact. The 22 is going around. That's going to clog up this exit. Oh, man. 47. Ricky Stenhouse backwards.
And I think about all the bracket battles going on right now and the exchange of positions in this situation.
Oh, Stenhouse was looking good. This is going to hurt. He was going to advance. Over Jones, it was a lap down, and I think Stenhouse is going to have some problems.
Restart not been good to Briscoe. Started on the front row, dropping back. Hamlin got by, and now he's under attack by, well, Wallace. Ryan Preece in line as well, and Kyle Larson back up there in the game.
And the 47 still had to move from turn 2, trying to get that car turned around. That's probably going to bring out a yellow if he's not able to clear the area. Yeah, the right front's pro. I mean, Ricky's trying. The car's just not going to move. Oh, there you go. It's going to slide. Going backwards is frowned upon. He knows it, right? You would love to be able to turn off. Great job. Good job by Ricky to let this thing continue to run. Man. Ty Gibbs. I was just going to say, Ty Gibbs is not letting 88 get away. He's going to keep him honest. We got replays, and we got a lot. Yep, this is turn 1. The 2 just loses it under braking and plows and bowls into the field, takes the 1 out. And then down into turn 2. We'll take a look here at the 20. There's round on board. Let's be quiet here. Listen. And we've got the rears locked up. Can't get slowed down. Ends up plowing into the field there. 8 tires corner better than 4. Well, that was, I don't know, it's full for, that's like about 20, 24 tires.
That's pretty good math.
Yeah. And then down in turn 2, the 22 gets spun around as well. And back up front, the 88 of Shane Van Gisbergen trying to draw away from the 54 Gibbs. Both on equal tires. Came in lap 42. Here's the 2 car. Off on the racetrack, and that's going to bring out the yellow.
6th caution of the day.
Crew Chief Earnhardt, you don't want to hear this. 17 didn't hear you, and Zane Smith has passed him on the racetrack in that bracket matchup.
Failed. Disgusted.
He doesn't want to talk about it. Good talk. Yeah, good talk.
Tom Gisbergen, Lee Gibbs, and Allmendinger at Chicago.
I want to be clear as far as the caution for somebody needing medical attention. I obviously hope that that fan is okay. I don't want them to have any sort of a problem. My problem is that we don't know the full details on it was the medical getting out of the infield or if it was needing medical in the infield. They didn't state that on the broadcast. I hope that NASCAR would have had medical in the infield already. In the event that they didn't have medical in the infield, so that is why they had a caution to get medical to the person, why wouldn't there have been medical there in the first place is what I'm getting at. I obviously hope the fan is okay, obviously. And whatever issues that they're having, that they're okay. If that's the reason for the medical transportation, to get into the infield. Somebody mentioned in the chat that maybe it was the medical getting out of the infield. to leave the track, then in that case, obviously, yeah, they would have needed a caution for that. I would like to think that they would have had somebody in the infield already. It's hot out there, that's for sure. I've seen many instances in NASCAR races I've gone to in person with people having some heat exhaustion, not just the drivers in the cars. A lot of these tracks too, you're walking around on like mainly blacktop everywhere. Blacktop, or you're sitting in these metal bleachers, 90-degree day, nearly 90 degrees at least in Chicago today, for instance. Broadcast said into. Yeah, that's why it was confusing to me. I thought that they said into the infield. That's why I'm hoping for after the race we get further clarification on that, because it was a race-altering caution, to say the least. To have that happen with 15 laps to go. We saw a couple drivers on the restart end up in a spin, which I kind of figured was going to happen. We see that a lot on these road courses in late race caution situations. Joey Logano going for a spin. Same for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Austin Cindric locking up the tires, has a broken toe link now, and he's going to probably be done for the day, or at least gets aided with the caution. He's maybe going to be able to get the toe link fixed under the yellow, but he's at the back of the pack and may not be able to stay on the lead lap. Nobody mentioned that the tire changer was hurt at Pocono. Broken rib, collapsed lung. Did his job. Yeah, I didn't even know about the injuries to that crew member. I imagine he probably had some severe injuries, because I even mentioned on the commentary side of things there when that happened that you can't necessarily take a 40-pound tire to the chest at like that speed and not have some sort of an injury, but they didn't state over the broadcast, you know, him going to receive medical or anything of that nature. And I didn't find out about him having those types of injuries until like today, actually, is when I first found out about it. Because I saw an interview with the guy when I was on break at work. Better get his workman's comp. Yeah, that's for sure. Cautions make cautions. Yeah, that's another thing, too. I kind of had a feeling with that yellow coming out that might not have been the last one. And here we are just a couple laps later with another caution. 11 laps to go. Shane Van Gisbergen out in front. Ty Gibbs is currently second. Then you got AJ Allmendinger third, Denny Hamlin fourth, and Chase Briscoe rounding out the top five. There are a few cars at the back of the lead lap coming into pit. Maybe just top off on fuel, whatever the case. Change tires because you got them. At that point, you're not going to really lose many positions. Outside of Briscoe in fifth, Bubba Wallace is in sixth place. Seventh is Ryan Preece. Kyle Larson eighth. Ross Chastain ninth. And Alex Bowman rounds out the top 10. Cody Ware 11th. John Hunter Nemechek 12th. Christopher Bell 13th. 14th for Tyler Reddick. Kyle Busch 15th. Justin Haley 16th. Zane Smith 17th. Chris Buescher 18th. Austin Hill 19th. Riley Herbst is 20th. Catherine Legg 21st. Joey Logano 22nd. Chase Elliott 23rd. Ty Dillon 24th. 25th is Daniel Suarez. Surprised he was able to stay on the lead lap the whole day with all that damage he had from that incident back on lap 3. Josh Bilicki 26th and Ryan Blaney 27th. Eric Jones 28th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 29th. Austin Cindric 30th. Noah Gragson 31st. 32nd for Michael McDowell. McDowell is, by the way, back on the racetrack, but 22 laps down, I do believe. Then Josh Berry is 33rd. Cole Custer 34th. Carson Hocevar 35th. Austin Dillon 36th. Brad Keselowski 37th. Todd Gillen 38th. Will Brown 39th. And William Byron in 40th. Phil will be getting a 1 to go signal, or already have, really. They're at the choose rule, which is towards the back half of that long straightaway between turns 5 and 6. So we'll have 9 laps to go on the restart in the late going. Shane Van Gisbergen and Ty Gibbs on the front row. SVG got beat on that initial start of the race on a restart. And I mentioned earlier that that was the one thing that could end up beating him in this race is a caution, him getting taken out on a restart, getting beat on a restart. He's got the overall pace. Now, if he fell out of the lead here and only lost one position, he's got plenty of laps to get it back. With the pace that he has, I think he can get it done. I think the big thing for SVG is not losing, too many positions. You give up one, all right, get it back in a couple laps, but you don't want to get shuffled out wide, somebody overdriving it. A lot of Toyotas up in the top 10 or so as of right now. Entering turn 11, restart zone in turn 12. Right before the entrance to turn 12 specifically. All right, green flag in the air. I think AJ Allmendinger got in the back of the 88 getting into the restart zone, but it actually still helped the 88 get the launch needed to pull clear of Gibbs out of the exit of the corner. Gibbs blocks for second on Allmendinger, who's swinging back and forth, looking for a pathway to get through into turn 1. AJ is now under duress from Denny Hamlin for third place as he slid the rear tires exiting the first turn. Might have had a little bit of contact from behind, potentially. Couple of bumps from the 19 to Chase Briscoe in turn 2, but he drives on. He clears Hamlin. Hamlin clear Briscoe. Top 5, all single files. They work their way through turn 3, which is a full on throttle corner. Another hard 90-degree corner in turn 4, right-hander. Followed by turn 5, another hard right-hander, and on to the next long straightaway. Overcast skies continue to loom closer to the racetrack. Will we see any rain before the finish of the race? These couple of cautions kind of lingering the elapsed time in the race today to leave that possible to the end. One second lead already for Van Gisbergen over Ty Gibbs. Tyler Reddick, Ross Chastain beating and banging as they're side-by-side for position in some tighter corners of the racetrack. As right around the 10th place spot is where they were battling. Contact now with Priest and Briscoe has to lock up the brakes in turn 12 to keep it off the outside wall. Priest gets through. Bubba Wallace also gets a spot. Briscoe trying to get back into the throttle. He lost so much momentum, and I think he's got a problem. Right front tire is down on the 19 to Chase Briscoe. That right front is flat, and he's going to have to go all the way around this 2.2-mile street course circuit without the tire completely coming apart and bringing out a debris yellow. As the field rushes by him through turns 2 and 3. John Hunter Nemechek battling with Ross Chastain and Kyle Larson for 9th place. Nemechek looking for a 3rd consecutive top 10 finish. Can he get it done? Battle for the in-season tournament going on in the waning laps between Bubba Wallace and Alex Bowman for 6th place as well. I'm conflicted. I had Bowman on my fantasy team and I had Bubba Wallace on my bracket. I have Bubba in the final 4, so I feel like I gotta I have to pull for him secretly to hold off Alex Bowman. Right now, Wallace has the spot. $1 million bonus goes to the in-season tournament winner. Only 3 rounds left after today. Also, another battle for the in-season tournament bracket between Allmendinger and Gibbs for 2nd place, and Gibbs has that spot by 1 position. So you got 2 of the in-season tournament battles running against one another in these closing laps. And I'm sure these drivers are well aware. Their crew chiefs are probably making them aware. Hey, you got to beat this guy. Tyler Reddick going to help out his teammate Bubba Wallace. He's able to get by Alex Bowman. And now Bowman's got 2 cars to pass to try to advance to the next round of the tourney. Denny Hamlin also gets by A.J. Allmendinger for 3rd on the last lap, almost simultaneously with Reddick passing Wallace. Oh, Wallace might have clipped the wall up out of turn 4. And Tyler Reddick's going to capitalize and get by his teammate more than likely for position. He'll be on the outside into 6, but the hope is that he'll have the inside into turn 7. 45 is going to hang tight there with the 23. There is a tire carcass that is laying on the racetrack, by the way, but we still stay green. I saw it laying on the exit of turn 6. I hope that NASCAR does not throw the yellow with like 2 laps to go because of that debris that was laying there. I saw it with my own 2 eyes with 7 laps to go. I swear. It was exit of turn 6, and it was probably Chase Briscoe's right in front because he was trying to go the whole way around the track with the tire off. Now, it's so far to the exit of the corner that maybe it's out of the racing line, and that's why we stay green. Alex Bowman now going to body up Bubba Wallace through turn 11. A little bit of a slam. He's going to get the spot. Going down into the next corner, Bubba moves Bowman back up out of the way. These guys are battling for $1 million. Oh, no. Wallace squeezes the 48 in the wall. We got tensions in Chicago. These two have a history with one another. On several occasions having on-track run-ins, and they're going at it again. Now Bowman moves Wallace in turn 1, and I'm sure Wallace is probably going to return the favor in turn 2. Cars are scrambling behind everybody, 3 wide. I wouldn't want to be behind this because if somebody goes around, there might be problems. Out of turn 2, the 48 turns the 23 around middle of the straightaway. Now, Bowman runs into Chastain, trying to keep control of his race car. Chastain gets squeezed against the fence. Wallace was turned backwards on the exit of turn 2. Pandemonium between the 48 and the 23, and I think that is something we need to watch after the race is over. Like I said, these two already don't like each other. And battling for $1 million bonus and trading paint several corners in a row. It started when Bowman kind of sideswiped the 23 in turn 11. 23 repaid the favor in turn 12. The 48 repaid his favor in turn 1. Turn 2, Wallace got into him on entry, and Bowman cleared him out on exit. Those two were all over each other for like a half a lap. Contact in every corner from turn 11 through turn 2. Now Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell at the head of what was the battle between the 23 and the 48 is now a battle between those two positions for about 8th place, I do believe. Bell's going to get the spot for now on Larson. Larson stuck on the outside. Austin Hill going to get by. Actually, I don't think the leaderboard is updated yet because Larson is actually back in 12th. Okay, so the pass initially for Bell was for 10th. They had Larson in 8th initially. But he has surrendered a couple of spots. He lost the spot to Bell. Then Hill gets around him. Then Logano. Now Logano trying to hold on in front of Larson. Larson regaining his momentum, getting back up in line. So easy to get knocked out of a rhythm. You get one corner off. It takes a few more just to get back in that normal groove yet again.
Oh, wow. We got another one right here in the 20 of Christopher Bell. I got the 4 coming.
Bell was making such a good push through the field.
Man, the clubs have come off on the last 10 laps. It's unbelievable.
They got the restart like 9 to go. It's been so physical since the green flag went back in the air.
Gonna need to see what all these drivers think they need to do at the end of this race. But 38 had a little bit of trouble there. I'm not sure if he had contact. He got a bit totally. I think went a little bit sideways.
Zane Smith 13th right now.
Is hanging on. Everybody looks a little sideways right now.
John Hunter Nemechek, Chase Elliott fighting in the bracket. They're not too far away from each other on track. Look at this. Right here, nose to tail, coming to turn 12. 42 and 9. Great battles everywhere. So much on the line to win the race and to advance in the bracket. 4 to go in Chicago.
Tyler Reddick is on the fastest lap of the race in the 4th position. He has cut the lead down to 4 seconds. 1 second faster than the leader. A second faster than SVG. Reddick is making moves.
Reddick hit pit road, I believe, during the most recent yellow, if I'm not mistaken. So he has fresh tires. He got through all the pandemonium ahead of him on the restart, and he's now in 4th. He was a second faster. than the leader the last lap. The problem is there's only 3.5 laps to go. I think he's too far back. He should be able to get to Hamlin. I don't know that he's going to have a shot to get to the lead necessarily. We saw Tyler Reddick in pursuit of the race win last year in a similar circumstance when Alex Bowman was on very worn out tires at the end of the race and he overdrove the car trying to go for the win. This, I just think he's too far back. Yes, he's quicker than the leader, but he's got to pass 2 more cars on a tight circuit. He still hasn't quite caught Hamlin yet, and they're just coming up on turn 12, so he's going to have 3 full laps. He's got to get at least 1 car a lap. 90.091 for Reddick 2 laps ago. He dropped off a little bit that last time by. He was still 9/10 quicker than SVG, but now his deficit between himself and the lead is about 3.6 seconds in total. Ty Gibbs in second is about 1.7 seconds off the leader, Van Gisbergen. And as for AJ Allmendinger, he has fallen to 5th place. Kyle Busch in 6th. Battles him from behind. Busch also pitted most recently on fresh tires. He's running similar lap times to that of Tyler Reddick. Reddick gets by Denny Hamlin with ease a couple of corners ago. Hamlin knew he wasn't going to be able to hold off Reddick all the way to the end. So letting him go. We'll see if he has a shot to maybe get up there with the race leader. Reddick is still winless on the year. When we go a long way into clinching that playoff spot. 2.5 laps to go. His deficit's about 2.9 seconds. He's still another second off of Ty Gibbs. He had to get 1 car a lap, and he got Denny Hamlin on this lap, so now he's got to get by Ty Gibbs next lap. But then he's still going to be about 2 seconds behind Shane Van Gisbergen, and he's only been about 9/10 quicker a lap. The charge is there. I think the big thing now for SVG is just hoping it stays green long enough to get to the white flag. SVG was about 3/10 quicker than the second place car, Ty Gibbs, the last time by. Reddick is 2.7 seconds off the lead. Van Gisbergen headed for turn 4 and 5. This will be the second win of the season for SVG. Obviously, assuming he holds on. Reddick within about a car length and a half behind Gibbs. Into the braking zone in turn 6. He's going to come from a long ways back. He's really going to close the gap here. I think if fresher tires are going to matter the most, it's probably going to be in the tighter area of the track, which is where they're going into now, 7 through 12. A lot of quick turns, very short straightaways. You need that maneuverability with the race car, and the fresher tires are going to have more of an advantage in that. Kyle Busch made a pass on AJ Allmendinger the last lap for 5th place as well, so Busch is in the top 5, but he's about 7 seconds off of Denny Hamlin for 4th. Reddick almost overdriving the car through turn 11. Oh, we got a car up against the tire barrier in turn 6. It's Cody Ware. The Arby's Philly cheesesteak has crashed. Caution flag is out as a result. But the race leader of Shane Van Gisbergen already got to the white flag. So this race is going to finish under caution. And Shane Van Gisbergen is going to win the race. Wasn't really under pressure for the win. If anything, this caution helps Ty Gibbs hold on for second. Because Gibbs, I don't think, was going to be able to hold off Tyler Reddick for another lap. Reddick was all over his back bumper for a few corners leading up to which. But the race is going to end under yellow. And Shane Van Gisbergen is going to be the winner.
Man, that last 15 laps had everything. I know we heard Bowman and Bubba in pre-race. I thought they were kind of just playing it up. I think they're being honest at this point. They had run each other over all day.
Tiptoe through turn 6, where the incident happened. Over the railroad tracks, down to Michigan Avenue. The right-hander at turn 7.
Look at this top 10. Kyle Busch able to battle back to a 5th place. Austin Hill going to get a top 10 on a street course in Chicago.
And look at the names that are up there. Could be a preview of what we'll see next week in Sonoma when we're racing on the road again. Turn 11, down the hill to turn 12, and the right-hander to come back to victory. Maybe just go ahead, give him a key to the city, because Shane Van Gisbergen does own the streets of Chicago. He delivers once again.
Hell yeah, buddy. Weekend sweep, you are a bet.
Yeah, as clean of a sweep as you could get, not only winning both the Xfinity and Cup races on the weekend, but starting on the pole in both of them as well. He goes 4 for 4. He gets the win. Congratulations to Shane Van Gisbergen. Dominates the day just as he did in Mexico City a couple weeks ago. Here's my pick to win. Pat myself on the back. That's 8 race wins for me on the season and 19 races. I will take that. But SVG with the win here today. Margin of victory is going to show under caution with the caution on the final lap of the race. 2 hours, 32 minutes, 51 seconds. Total time on this one, 75 laps. 165 miles was the scheduled distance. And we finish under that regulation length. 6 lead changes, 14 laps spent under yellow with the 7 cautions at hand today. And obviously the last one again finishing the race off. Ty Gibbs with a 2nd place finish, his best finish of the year. Tyler Reddick in 3rd, Denny Hamlin 4th, and Kyle Busch from a spin earlier in stage 2 comes back with the top 5, finishes 5th. AJ Allmendinger in 6th. Ryan Preece was top 10 all day. Great day for him, finishes 7th. Alex Bowman 8th. We'll have to keep an eye on Bowman and Wallace because things might get heated here pretty soon in the post race. Austin Hill, only a 2nd Cup start of 2025, and he gets a top 10 here in Chicago, finishes 9th. Great run for him. He was kind of quietly up in the top 15 after having to start at the rear of the field today. Great job by Hill. I'd say the rookie, but again, it's only his 2nd start of the Cup Series season. Not of his career necessarily, but running full-time in the Xfinity Series. Job well done for him. Ross Chastain finishes in 10th. Joey Logano spun on, okay, I had to think back. I was like, I thought he spun on the final restart. It was the 2nd to last restart Joey Logano spun. Still came back to finish 11th. Ryan Blaney in 12th. Kyle Larson 13th. Zane Smith 14th. John Hunter Nemechek 15th. Chase Elliott in 16th. 17th for Riley Herbst. Chris Buescher 18th. Catherine Legg 19th. She had a great day. She was just kind of slowly chipping away. I felt like every time I saw her in the running order, when we go through the running order rundown, she was like up 2, 3, 4 positions every time. So gradually getting better. Ty Dillon finishes 20th. Josh Bilicki 21st. Great run for him as well in the 66. Both of those teams, Live Fast, MBM, not only they don't run every week, but we see them off the pace most weeks. And so huge capitalization with them being able to finish 19th and 21st today. So I want to give both of them a shout out. Justin Haley in 22nd. Chase Briscoe 23rd. 24th for Christopher Bell. He was the last car to finish on the lead lap. Eric Jones ends up finishing in 25th. Cody Ware 26th. 1 lap down for Jones, by the way. 2 for Cody Ware. Austin Cindric 27th. 3 laps down. Bubba Wallace, I believe, actually DNF'd after that final spin. He probably broke a toe leg after contact with the wall. Bowman obviously getting into him before that. Daniel Suarez 6 laps down, but finished with a heavy damage from that earlier incident in 29th. Noah Gragson had damage, finished 7 laps down at 30th. Stenhouse pulled off the track lady, had a spin in the waning laps on those final couple restarts. Michael McDowell, throttle hung on him under caution. Thankfully, he was under yellow, not under green. Pulled to pit road. He did fix the issue, came back out on the track, but he finished 22 laps down. He led the first 31 laps of this race. If anybody had a shot for SVG on speed, it was Michael McDowell, but we'll never know what could have happened there. Cole Custer, 33rd place finish for him. Josh Berry, 34th. Carson Hocevar brought out the first yellow. A lot of others stacked in. A lot of the drivers that finished behind him, or all of which, outside of Byron, were caught up in that wreck and DNF from it. Austin Dillon finishes 36 behind Hocevar. Then Brad Keselowski, 37. Ty Gillen, 38th. Will Brown, 39th. And William Byron in 40th. Mechanical issue early on. You'll get to hear from our race winner, Shane Van Gisbergen, and some of the other top finishers in our post-race show. Just went through the finishing results of this one. We've got more to cover with the Fantasy League and everything else that came out of today's race, the in-season tournament matchups, and probably look at what the point standings look like with now 7 races to go in the regular season.
And he gets to celebrate with the crew, the Kiwi, showing why he's the current king of the road in NASCAR. I love his comments yesterday when he said this track is tougher than it's ever been, but he made it look easy today. Hey Shane, I know you're not a fan of cities, but this place changed your life 2 years ago. I think you might want to think about a temporary residence here in Chicago.
Yeah, I love this place. Give me a moment. Let me kick this thing.
Yeah, sure. We'll do this early. He does the rugby ball into the stands, a short kick today. A plus, very nice. Well done on the kick. You didn't have to kick it very far today, did you?
Yeah, that was much better. But what an amazing weekend for me. Lucky guy to drive some great cars, and I thank Trackhouse, WeatherTech, Chevy, and all these guys and girls here. What an amazing weekend. Thanks for everyone for coming out, and hope we put on a good show.
What is it about you and this racetrack that just fits so well, Shane?
I guess we made no mistakes. You know, there were some really fast cars, and we just seemed to get it right, you know, and make no mistakes, be smooth every lap, and really cool.
When you and I chatted, Stephen Doran, his crew chief, when you and I chatted yesterday, you said this track is tougher than it's ever been. Why was it such a challenge this weekend?
It's just so hot this weekend, you know. The track was very slick, and the times were a lot slower, and the margin for error was very tiny. So just had to get it right, and I'm wrapped.
How about the role this team has played, or how about the role this team is on the last 4 weeks? 4 weeks ago, you were out of the playoffs. Now you have 10 playoff points with 2 wins, and Sonoma coming up next week.
Yeah, how good is that? Unreal. We've really come together as a team, got a lot better, and Ross got a win too. So brilliant. Thank you to everyone.
Yeah, Shane Van Gisbergen wins once again on the streets of Chicago in front of the fans here, and the rugby ball. I can confirm, Adam, it hit the last row in these stands.
No truth to the rumor. He signed a free agent deal with the Bears. That's not. He's been getting a lot of experience punting this weekend. Victory yesterday in the Xfinity Series from the pole. Does it today? The pole is.
Yeah, from the pole and a win for Shane Van Gisbergen. We'll go over the in-season tournament next. We already went through the finishing results, and then we'll highlight the Fantasy League. Any other interviews on the other side of the current commercial break airing on TNT you'll get to listen into as well in our post-race show of the Grant Park 165 here at Chicagoland. So I am going to pull up another page, get that in-season tournament tab, so that way I make sure I've got the head-to-head matchups. Ty Dillon did beat Brad Keselowski today with Brad DNFing in that first earlier incident. Ty Dillon basically just had to outlast the first 3 laps for him to advance, and he was able to get it done. Bubba Wallace and Alex Bowman, man, that was a heated battle down the stretch, the closest battle of anybody in this in-season bracket, and tempers were flaring late. They were trading paint for about a half a lap with each other with about 4 or 5 laps to go, and Bowman gets the final lap. He's going to be able to advance with his top 10 finish. Wallace ended up with a DNF following that crash, and we'll have to wait to see if we get anything of that fallout, of the Bowman-Wallace battle late, not only for the in-season tournament, but just the fact that Wallace DNF'd and he's battling for a playoff spot. Well, and that's another thing too. Bowman and Wallace were both the last 2 drivers in on the cutoff line coming into the day. So not only they're battling to beat each other for the in-season tournament, with that spin, Wallace was running, well, I mean, Bowman finished 8th, so let's just say Bubba finishes 9th. The spin that he had, I think he finished like 30th? 28th. That spin costed him 20 points. That wasn't just to move on in the in-season tournament and a chance at $1 million. And for me, it kind of sucks because I ended up taking Wallace in the final 4, and it's looking so good for so long. Jonathan Nemechek versus Chase Elliott. Elliott had a lot of damage. From some point, I would imagine on a restart, Nemechek beat him by 1 position. So Jonathan Nemechek 15th, Chase Elliott 16th, Nemechek by 1 spot. And I don't think they even highlighted that at all in the late going into the race on the in-season tournament, at least on the main broadcast. Hopefully they covered that on True TV with Jeff Burton and Larry McReynolds, because they're supposed to be covering the tournament more in depth. I really hope that they had cameras on that battle late, because it might have came down to the very end. It's tough to tell for sure with the caution coming out exactly the margin between those two at the start-finish line. It shows 1.4 seconds, but that isn't necessarily accurate with the yellow flag coming out. But anyway, Nemechek 1 spot ahead of Elliott, knocks him out. That's another upset. Eric Jones, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Stenhouse got in that wreck late, so I do believe Eric Jones moves on. Just to clarify, I want to see where Jones finished. Jones was a lap down in 25th, and Stenhouse again a DNF 31st. So it's going to be a Legacy Motor Club battle next week in the quarterfinals between John Hunter Nemechek and Eric Jones. And then it will be Ty Dillon versus Alex Bowman in the quarterfinals on the left side of the bracket. When we go to the right side of the bracket, Zane Smith versus Chris Buescher. I had Buescher in the final 4. Therefore, I had him advancing today. And Chris Buescher finished 18th. Great job by his crew, keeping him on the lead lap, even with the ECU problems he had. Obviously, he didn't really have a lot of power down the longer straightaway portions of the racetrack. But unfortunately, it still was not enough to overcome Zane Smith, who finishes 14th today. Great job by Zane staying out of trouble to get that top 15 finish for Front Row Motorsports. So Zane Smith moves on to the quarterfinals. AJ Allmendinger versus Ty Gibbs both put up a valiant effort today. Great runs altogether by both drivers. AJ Allmendinger ends up finishing in the 6th place position. Ty Gibbs runner-up in 2nd. Gibbs moves on. So it'll be Gibbs versus Zane Smith in that quarterfinal matchup. Carson Hocevar with the early wreck. Tyler Reddick beat him out. Reddick ended up finishing 3rd in the race today. And then Gregson versus Preece. I'm not sure who won. Preece, of course, won. 7th place finish for Ryan Preece, and he was top 10 all day long. Just had a really solid performance. Don't really think of Preece as a good road course racer necessarily, but he had a great run today. Qualified well, and he ran well from start to finish. Gregson ended up 7 laps down on track, but in 30th at the finish. So the quarterfinals, round of 8 next week in Sonoma for the in-season tournament. We are going to have Ty Dillon versus Alex Bowman, John Hunter Nemechek versus Eric Jones, Zane Smith versus Ty Gibbs, and then Tyler Reddick versus Ryan Preece. I think of who we have left. Coming into the day, I said Elliott and Buescher were the favorites of who's left. They're both done now. So who's left in the quarterfinals? Reddick? I think Reddick is the favorite now. And Ty Gibbs kind of sneakily, I think, could also put a battle up with him. It's starting to rain in Chicago. And raining very quickly at that. Showed a couple of the camera lens on some aerial shots, so luckily they got the race in. We didn't have another caution late. They barely got it in then. If the rain's right now, I mean, the race literally ended like 5 to 10 minutes ago, probably closer to 10 minutes ago now. The what was that? X points, you're in 4th. Oh, I think it's most chats throughout the course of the stream. Like those crowns or whatever that they have. I think it's just like connectivity in the chat. So the top amount of chats, I guess, has that person. YouTube's latest scam. Yeah, I don't even know what it does. There's literally like, I don't know how that really helps the engagement in the chat. Makes you want to chat more and be competitive. I guess it gives like some people competitive edge. I don't know. I don't know how you get your competitiveness out of that, but more power to you, I guess, if you try to be the first one all the time. They have not interviewed anybody else outside of the race winner up to this point. I'd assume they're going to turn to somebody soon. Post-race show has obviously begun, and now they're turning to Denny Hamlin. Marty Snyder's caught up with him. Hamlin finished 4th today.
On the fact that he drove from 40th to 4th, or the fact that he ran 43 laps on that last run and saved fuel the entire time. I mean, if I told you yesterday when your engine was blowing up, you'd finish 4th, what would you have told me?
Let's move on to Sonoma.
I think that was a bit impressive on that last run. How in the world were you able to run that long on that tank of fuel?
No, I was really saving the entire run and still being able to run really good lap time. So, truthfully, I felt pretty good all day. We marched forward all day long. So, car had pace in it. That's key to getting a good finish. But beyond that, once I was able to get towards the front, I could save and take it easy on the tires. So I'd love to have been on equal tires just to see like how far off I am from those front two guys, but it just didn't seem like that much.
Did you get a view of any of the chaos today? I mean, it was a wild final stint of the race.
No, for once it was actually behind me. So it's not really a normal thing on these type tracks, but gotta give great credit to this whole Chris Gale, Progressive Toyota team. Just obviously yesterday went really rough. Just not one of those days that we needed. And today we bounced back and execute good. One of the first green races, where we didn't have any issues on a road course. So this is the kind of finish and the kind of pace that we can have when we don't have incidents.
And good point by Denny. Credit to this entire crew. What a rally for this team. Lose an engine, half a lap into practice, and they wind up finishing 4th.
Yeah, you got 3 Toyotas in the top 5. Denny Hamlin, one of those guys, as we mentioned, didn't have a lap in practice.
Do we have a mic on Alex Bowman or Bubba Wallace yet?
To do today, but so did a lot.
What a disservice if we don't get a hot take from either one of those two drivers. That'll be a developing story as we continue on with our post-race show. We wrapped up the in-season tournament bracket, how that shapes up following this week. They haven't posted the point standings yet, so we'll highlight the Fantasy League at this point now. You can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. You got a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing. The following season, excluding the Daytona 500, if you win our regular season and or playoff championship, you got 2 different chances to win. Name of the league is KRC League. And again, you can join on the NASCAR mobile app or NASCAR.com website. KRC League is the league you'll want to join. KRC in all capital letters, space, capital L on league for the league name. My team this week, pretty good for the most part. Ty Gibbs, runner-up. SVG, winner. Kyle Busch, top 5 and stage points. Chris Buescher had the issue with the ECU in the first little bit of the race. Really noticed that there was an issue with the electrical component unit, and that was under the red flag, I believe. So it must have been the cycling under the caution that there was some sort of a misfire going on. He stuck it out. I mean, he finished on the lead lap. The amount of cautions we saw today, he never really went a lap down, had enough speed to stay on the lead lap. Cars dropping out of the race, outlasted him. Got an 18th place finish. Not as good as I would have hoped for the fantasy team side of things, but better. Christopher Bell was in my garage. Good thing, because he ended up having a spin in that final restart of the race, so he ended up finishing further back. And Michael McDowell had a good day going for him. He won stage 1. He led the first 31 laps of the race. And under caution, throttle hung, unfortunately. And luckily, he was able to get the car shut off. It hung. He got up alongside the pace car, just completely shut the car off. He was in turn 12 pretty much at that point in time, which is the final corner before entering pit road. So after he shut it off, he was able to coast into his pit box, which was also towards the front of pit road with the car off. Team was not able to fix the issue without pulling the car into the garage area. It was going to be a problem that he was going to have way too tight of corners. Some fast areas of the track. Would have been way too dangerous to have him obviously out on the track with any sort of an issue like that. So they wanted to get the complete fix. And 22 laps down is where he finished in this race, well off of the lead lap, and I think just outside the top 30. Head-to-head picks this week. I went 3 for 4. I'll take it. I had Bowman over Bubba for this week specifically, even though my bracket I had Wallace moving on. But I mentioned in the pre-race I had Wallace against Logano this week, and that's why I ended up picking Bubba. Had I see league, he beat him, although not just on the track, but they roughed each other up. It went both ways, that's for sure. Bowman started it and he finished it, so there might be something to look out for in the waning weeks. I don't think Alex Bowman's the favorite to win the $1 million bonus. I'll just say that. Ty Gibbs, AJ Allmendinger had Gibbs. Just been outperforming AJ on the road courses this season in particular. He does today, although AJ did have a good run. Chris Buescher did not beat out Zane Smith for the reasons I mentioned moments ago. Zane Smith moves on to the in-season tournament, and that was the only pick of the head-to-head I got wrong. Tyler Reddick ended up beating Carson Hocevar. Hocevar with the early wreck, and Reddick with the top 3 run. Ty Gibbs, who finished runner-up, is with Alan Cavana.
Camry just need to have a little bit of more front turn. I felt like I wasn't, as free enough to kind of get my points, my exits right. So, but there's things I can work on as well to make it better. But we had a great day overall and executed well. Just maybe a little bit faster, and I think we could have got them.
You get another shot at this next week. I know it's a different type of course, but it's still a road course race. What do you think about that opportunity?
Yeah, well, if we're just go hammer down there and just go have a good time and hammer down and have fun. Go try to go win it.
All right, Ty Gibbs, one step closer to that $1 million for the challenge, guys.
Here with Tyler Reddick, who has to settle for third. Tyler, those were some intense laps down the stretch. How did you manage those?
Yeah, we kind of ended up in a tough spot there. 2 restarts, the penultimate restart, I guess. There's so many cars spinning, I can't name them all, but fortunately kind of just got stuck in the wrong lane where I'd have to check up. So those cars that we were, on the same tire strategy as, we got behind. So we just lost a bit of time there passing those cars back before we start getting those cars on older tires. So it's great to finish third, but it's for sure a bummer when you look at how much ground we made up, given all the things that didn't go our way to start that last tire run for us. But it's really cool to bring this Jordan brand Toyota Camry to Chicago, have the Shatter backboard car on the streets again. It's been fun over the years, and fortunately we just haven't gotten the job done, but we've shown a lot of speed pretty much every time we've been here.
You actually have a license plate on your car that says MJ Air. We know he owns this city, and you were at a Jumpman party last night. How cool is it to celebrate and have a great top 3 finish in MJ City?
Yeah, third is obviously a great day in the grand scheme of things. A couple weeks ago, looked like regular season championship was slipped away, and I mean with the day we had today, we're 49 points within the leader. So year's kind of shaping up in the way that last year did. So it feels good these last 2 weeks to put race together when a lot of our competitors haven't been. If we keep this going, we'll have a shot at the regular season championship again.
142 points above the cut. I'd say it was a pretty good day for Tyler Reddick.
I would too, Danielle. He said he's got a license plate that says,
All right, the standings you see on screen were our leaderboard through the first 18 races coming into the day. Of course, it's not counting the post-Chicago street race on the Fantasy League, but Monster Jam X10 came in with the league lead at 3,427 points. Only a 5-point lead over Evan 48-48 at 33.92 coming into the week in third. Inside Uranus was fourth, and Hercules Harrigan rounded out the top 5. As far as this week goes, on the top right-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the standings for this week. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon Fan does win the Chicago Street Course for the KRC League with 216 points, a 4-point victory over Carm 60. Hercules Harrigan in third with 211. 208 for fourth place. Troy the Great, our points leader, finishes fifth with 204 points. So I do believe Monster Jam X10 will narrowly hold on to the lead for at least one more week. 7 weeks to go still in the regular season battle. I ended up 11th, tied for 11th with 180 points, and actually also tied for 11th was our second place points getter. So Monster Jam X10 can extend his lead over second and third in the standings following this weekend. So that is, I believe, going to finish things out for today's live commentary stream of the Grant Park 165 at Chicago for the street race. Had a lot of fun bringing you the race here today. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Congratulations again to Shane Van Gisbergen. Be sure to hit the like button on the stream if you haven't done so yet. Our like counts, let's refresh the page, see where we're at. 78 likes on the stream, so be sure to hit the like button if you have not done so yet. Try to get that as close to 100 as we can. Subscribe for more NASCAR content like this every NASCAR race weekend for Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series races. I guess the last thing also that I have to go over, the start times for next weekend. So let me pull that up real quick. NASCAR at Sonoma next weekend. The Truck Series will be off again, so there will be 3 streams. It will be the Cup race, the Xfinity race, and then Cup practice and qualifying, which will be taking place, obviously, on Saturday. Cup practice and qualifying on Saturday afternoon will be at about 1:30 p.m. Eastern, Sonoma Raceway. Xfinity race also at Sonoma out in Wine Country. That will begin at 4:30 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. Sunday afternoon will be live at 3 p.m. Eastern for the NASCAR Cup race there. So appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, those are the start times for next weekend, and I will post that in the community tab the closer we get to the following weekend. Had fun with this one here today. I'm probably going to have a surprise NASCAR 08 stream at some point today in the evening. As far as that goes, it will be the Busch Series race at Michigan. So there is still more to come on the channel. I haven't got my full racing fix in yet. But thanks for everybody tuning in. I will see you guys next time.